And we are live. Welcome to today's live Zander Holt podcast. I got a really special one for you today. We're going to be talking about lasting as long as you want in the bedroom, all the way from, getting off of premature ejaculation, getting over premature ejaculation, having complete ejaculatory choice, and even having non ejaculatory orgasms. Okay. I'm sorry. If I stop there for a second, I'm getting this feedback, which is really weird. Oh, I think I know what it is. Hang on one second, guys. I'm sorry. This is live, so yeah, I see what it is. Hang on one second here. Okay, I got it fixed. All right, all right. So, so we're going to go all the way from complete ejaculatory choice. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about non-ejaculatory orgasms, male non-ejaculatory orgasms, and having multiples of those, which a lot of people don't even know is possible. So, in order to talk about these things, I have invited one of my favorite experts when it comes to this. He's an expert in terms of Tantra, Karezza, lasting as long as you want it in the bedroom. He's done some amazing things. And he's the guy I like to go to and talk to about this. A philosopher. He's so interesting to talk to, such a great guy. And any of you guys who've been following what's going on currently at zanderholt.com, we've been going through what's called the Forever Man formula, learning to do those things, learning to last as long as you want, having non-ejaculatory orgasms. And as kind of an added bonus to that, I thought talking to Nathaniel, who we're going to talk to today, Nathanial Evans, would be the perfect choice for that. Right. He's like I said, he's a master at this. So not only am I going to have a discussion with him, but if you're joining this live, you will see next to you in YouTube that you can actually ask questions. So I encourage you to do that. I encourage you to put your questions in so that we can answer them live here for you. Okay, without further ado, let me introduce you to Nathaniel. How you doing today, Nathaniel?
Zander,
Hey, good to
doing
see you,
well. Thank
man.
you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, my pleasure. Thanks for joining us. And by the way, Nathaniel's joining us from Greece. So it's his nighttime, our morning, well, my morning anyway. So I appreciate you staying up and doing this with us.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. This is always an important topic of conversation. And I think we're going to illuminate some things that are not easily seen by a lot of men and women in our culture. So it'll be useful to folks today.
Excellent. Really looking forward to diving in deep with that. But before we actually dive into that, let's talk a little bit about you. If you can give me a little bit about, let the guys know what your background is, and how old you are, your background, how you got into all this. Just give us a little story about that.
Be delighted. So I'm 45. If you work backwards, it means 45 and a little bit years ago I was born. And the people who made me, my parents, they had to have sex to do that. So just like you, somebody did
Yeah, I
sex
can
and then
relate.
I appeared in the world. And as I was growing up, I had an incredibly strong sense of my sensuality and sexuality, including before puberty, but it didn't have any tangible particular meaning. It was just a force I could feel. But post puberty, once I discovered masturbation, it was like I discovered something that could easily take over my life. And from the very first day that I masturbated as a 14-year-old, I was legitimately afraid that it would. So I was a masturbation addict from the first go, like immediately. Now I'd been programmed to be that way because my parents told me that if I ejaculated anywhere outside of a woman, God would kill me. That was what I was told. So that's a lot of anxiety to add to the thing. That's a way to make an addict, is you tell them something like that, and then. So by the time I started masturbating, I was already in what I would call a dysfunctional sexuality. I also intuited that, because I could feel it, the ejaculation drained a bunch of energy from me, from my body, from my mind, from my life, all kinds of things. Yeah, even at 14, if you do it enough, might have to be 5 to 10 times a day plus, which it was for me into my 20s. But when I was a young man, about 21, I found this book in a Barnes and Noble back when they had those. And it was the autobiography of a man who wished to study Tantra, didn't really know what that was. He went all the way to India to find somebody to initiate him. He did. And he wrote about his experiences in a book. It was a female tantric guru-ess who lived way out in the wilderness. Very difficult for him to find her, but he finally did. And studied with her for a long, long time. His journey was fascinating, completely fascinating. And one of the discoveries that he made, amongst many others, was that there was a whole world of sex other than ejaculation. Not even to say non-ejaculatory, but just other than ejaculatory. There was a dimension of sensuality, an appreciation for what is nature. But the thing that hit me between the eyes is that you could orgasm without ejaculation. When did I do that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Really? Well, that's amazing because I feel the depletion from an ejaculation, but the orgasm feels good. So if there was a way that I could keep the energy and still enjoy the flow of sexual energy, that would be incredibly important. And I knew intuitively I had discovered something that would alter my future. I didn't know how much. The only thing that I would say to that self, that 21-year-old self, if I could say one thing to him now, so I'll say it to you if you're listening, and it's this. The art of retaining your seed is as powerful a practice as there is for a man. And I would put that right next to making nuclear weapons. We're now dealing with power that is orders of magnitude greater than what you're likely to expect if you grew up in a mainstream cultural milieu. In other words, the energy that is actually in your semen, that is inside of your body, is so powerful that if you start to retain it, it's going to shift your life and you're in for a ride. It's much, 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 much easier if you can talk to somebody, say somebody like me, somebody like Zander, somebody who has long-term semen retention experience. Because if it's a path that you decide to pursue, I wish that I had known this at the beginning. The intensity, the energy, the transformational power that you're now working with, it's kind of like you thought you were tinkering, like with an old hot rod or something. And then actually it's like the fastest car that's ever been built in history. Nobody told you that. It's like the first time you're out there, it's like, you might also blow up the engine. You might just crash the thing. Like, if you give the regular driver a Formula One car, he's probably going to roll it and die. Not going to go well for him. So we're dealing with a level of power which most men don't suspect is inside of them, which most men don't suspect is actually who they are. It's not other than who you are. It's not separate from it. It's right in there. But when you start to work with who you are in this level, things really do change. Your emotions, your thoughts, your feelings, your sensations, quite possibly your religion, your path in life, your taste in women. So all that to say that this is not really a thing to be taken in a way that's trite. It's not trite. We wouldn't do a good 30-second Super Bowl commercial for it, probably, because it wouldn't work like that. In any case, when you start to have the experience, I wouldn't need to explain it to you. I share it now because you just got to know they're in for a ride that is orders of magnitude beyond probably what you've associated with your life and maybe with sexuality if you haven't explored this before. So there's a little bit of a little preface, a little bit about me. Any questions? Jump in.
Yeah, so that was good. When you started to make this transition, though, how did it sort of evolve for you? Because I know, talking to you, you've talked about like having a 12-hour sex session, that blows a lot of guys' minds. How long did it take to get there? And I know what I find interesting is that the way you described it to me is as you're practicing these things in these kind of ancient texts and stuff, they talk about you should be able to do like 12 hours, or you should be able to sleep with 10 women in one day. And then you go out and do it, right? So you actually went out and did it. So what was the evolution? Because that's going to fascinate guys, like from where you were for just like masturbating, in ejaculating multiple times a day, to going to where having these extremely long sex sessions and with multiple partners. What did that look like, that evolution?
So once this was on my radar, this new possibility, especially as I look back on it, I realized I was immediately living a different life. Now, I didn't know that then. I wish I had known that. Goodness, I wish I had known that then. Yeah, they should tell you when you start to do semen retention, okay, everything's going to change, just FYI. I didn't know that then. I had no idea. I did know after reading this book that I needed more instruction. That's what I knew. So I started buying books, and a classic, which is easy to read, still worth reading, The Multi-Orgasmic Man by Montauk Chia.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good place to jump in. But I read a lot more than that. A lot. So books on Tantra from a Hindu perspective, from a Taoist perspective, and also books from writers that were neither Hindu nor Taoist tantric people, Westerners who had had their own experiences. And I also studied with some professionals, and that makes a difference. It certainly did for me. People who devote their entire lives to that path, they have time to master things that are really esoteric and like of a religious nature, but just related to sex. So there are thousands and thousands of pages that you could read if you wanted to. I did. You could take hundreds of hours of workshops. I did. You could take as many or more hours of private lessons, and I did. A very fine Tantra teacher and I did an exchange for quite some years. So she received voice lessons. I received what she did for a living, which is Tantra. And this woman was a retired professional musician. She retired very young from music, but she was very serious in that. And then she just devoted her whole life, by the time she was in her late 20s, into this path. So the level of mastery that I had in my very first in-person instructor was really very high. She was world-class by the time I was working with her. And although some of the things that she showed me or taught me were really precisely what the books said, there was something about being with a person, talking to a person, listening to a person who had herself embodied this by practice, and it could be transmitted in a way that's direct. And I can tell you, like, literally what that's like is I was reading about stuff that the books say to do, what that should be like and how that should go. It didn't quite, it kind of did, and then it did. I worked with her. It was, then all of a sudden the books were better because then the books worked too. It wasn't that I couldn't use what was in writing until I met the person. It was just that an embodiment of a skill, this is the way that it is in life generally, the embodiment of a skill, if you can meet a great concert pianist, that's going to give you something about playing the piano that no number of books that you read about playing the piano will give you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a person who's acquired the knowledge. So I worked with one instructor for a long time and some others as well, a handful of others, probably 5 or 6, but one main one, and then had practice partners. And so there's a lot that's possible with respect to training. What I've been able to do retrospectively is simplify and refine. And yet at the same time, if somebody just wants to go sort of gourmet all out, there are thousands of ways to flow energy through your body, to move orgasms around. I mean, there are tantrikas that can draw you an anatomy chart where your orgasm centers are. I mean, just the sheer number of places in your body where you can have an orgasm. Is
that true for men and women? I know for women. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So, very much so. And so there is as much as you want as far as detail, but the experience itself is really a sort of a flow, which is what I was after. So when I work with men around this topic, we dive in right on where the man is and then find out what's relevant to him in his world.
Mm-hmm.
If you met somebody like a Charles Muir, famous Tantra teaching person, he's gonna be able to lecture about this stuff and just give you content that it's almost psychedelic or technicolor. But at the end of the day, what is he actually talking about? There's so much complexity. So what I found is sort of a minimum effective dose approach to the topic actually worked better for me. But it took
I would think that would work better for most people, especially in this busy world we live in.
It took me a long time to see the forest for the trees, though. And if you first start studying Tantra, it's almost like being in a forest of like a billion trees, and your nose is just like up on this tree and up on that tree and up on that tree. There's a lot of details.
Yeah.
But then the more experience that I had, the more perspective I gained. This bird's eye view, and I like how Lao Tzu sorts this all out. He's the famous Taoist master who wrote the Tao Te Ching. A lot of people don't know he also wrote something called The Art of the Bedchamber, which is thousands of pages all about precisely that, what you do in bed. And so he was a master of techniques to the point where he was like a walking encyclopedia, but he put it into one point, what it's all about. And this really helped me a lot, so let's mention it. And what Lao Tzu said was, this is for the sake of love. This is for the sake of intimacy. That's the reason we're doing all of this.
Mm-hmm.
He was aware it could become very acrobatic, it could become very esoteric, it could become very refined, very spiritual, very athletic even. Extremely athletic if you want to go after it. But he said, you have to remember, whatever we're doing, whatever technique we're learning, whatever energy flow, breathing, all this, love and intimacy is the point of all of this. That's the reason that it's here. It's love and intimacy. And using that rubric was very, very powerful for me. Extremely powerful. Because then this became a holistic conversation rather than a technical question about orgasm without ejaculation, 2-hour orgasms. I didn't know my name for 3 hours. Yeah, that actually happened. I couldn't have told you my name for 3 hours at least once.
Wow.
But when we get into all like the weeds and the details, looks like kind of a carnival. You could buy this thing, and then there's also this thing, and then there's this sideshow and this. But if you have this one, it's about love and intimacy.
I love it.
What's underneath you're getting manageable. That helps me a lot. And when I'm working with others, that tends to be the thread. Whether it's the man's love for himself, love for the partner, the love of the relationship, and all sorts. But when love is our kind of sorting mechanism, our focal point, our point to which we return all that, it actually gives us like a container for this experience of sexuality and sensuality that's there's a deep intelligence there. And if you want to have a relationship, the woman will like it better this way.
Yeah, totally. And I like how you said you bring up the self-love as well, right? It's a loving experience in general, not just thinking in terms of just two people coming together, but also an integration within yourself.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's really what this is about. That's actually what's behind all of the thousands of years of development and technique and practice. They were trying to meet God just every way. So that's what this was about, that you could make love with someone and have a taste of the divine while you're in the body, like here, right?
Yes.
And that sounded like a good idea to me. Why not now, before we die? That seems like very practical. Let's go for it. And so that approach, it is sacred. It just is. Your sexuality is sacred, newsflash. Always was, whether you knew it or not. Just if you didn't know, now you know. You probably knew intuitively. But when you manage it from a loving standpoint, even the sacred now is relatable. It doesn't seem so other or so foreign or so weird, especially to men like us who grew up in a Western situation. I mean, my dad wasn't talking about non-ejaculatory orgasms or anything like this. I didn't know people were into this stuff growing up. So it seems a little bit exotic if you're coming from this kind of waspy, Protestant American Puritan mentality. Stuff seems pretty radical, pretty foreign. But if you just say, okay, we're actually talking about love, well, everybody can relate to that.
Yeah. Yes, and I would like to dive into this deeper here in just a bit in terms of this whole idea of love, how expansive it is, and talking about it in terms of its relation also to the more animal side and the more lustful side, where the kind of the animal and spiritual kind of coming together, and how love is encompassing of this. But before we get into that, because that was some great stuff, let's get into some more basics first. Like, for instance, like from the very beginning, I was saying most people don't even know this is possible, that men can separate ejaculation and orgasm. So let's talk about the difference between it. What is orgasm, ejaculation? Get more depth into that.
For sure. There's a lot of delusion around orgasm for men. And I dare say most men have asked, perhaps most women as well, although women might have a more intuitive answer off the top of their heads, depending upon the girl. I think that many men wouldn't really be able to give an accurate answer of what an orgasm is. At least that's been my experience in talking with different men out there. If you were asked just straight up what's an orgasm, you have a lot more knowledge than the average man, a lot more data, a lot more experience. I'm curious because of your lens, seeing it's very interesting for me.
Mm-hmm.
What would, if somebody just said, hey, what's an orgasm? I hear you're an expert. What's an orgasm? What would you say?
It's a good question. I guess, I haven't really thought about it. And, but that's a great question. I would say it's an extremely pleasurable, energetic experience that's happening within the body. That is, like the peak experience that's happening during a sexual encounter that is not necessarily, is usually attached to ejaculation with men, but can be, that same sensation can be experienced separately. But to me, it's like a very pleasurable, energetic sensation that goes throughout the body.
Okay, so you hinted at something there which I'd like to pull apart a little more. You mentioned ejaculation and orgasm as though they might not be the same thing. Just the way you phrase it. That's kind of implied in the way you're saying that it might not be the same thing.
Yes.
So I'll speak to that if I may.
Yes, please.
The orgasm, if we can even put a "the" on it, orgasm or the orgasm, and the ejaculation or ejaculation are not the same thing, and they never were. I'm not saying there's not such a thing as an ejaculatory orgasm. I'll have that. But they're actually not a simultaneity. They are two separate events. And if you feel into it while it's happening, the orgasm happens first, the ejaculation follows. So the ejaculation, we'll start with that, it's simpler. The ejaculation, very simply, is an involuntary contraction of the pelvic floor muscles, etc., 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 the whole group, such that an ejaculation results. So this is an ejaculation. The sperm shoots out with a prostatic fluid via an involuntary contraction of the pelvic floor and all of the other musculature. So there's an ejaculation. Something's expelled. The seed comes forth. We know about an ejaculation, but an orgasm. Now, if we really wanted to be good scientists, we'd have to start using 5,000 word definitions because orgasm has such dimension to it that It's a little bit like ice for the Eskimos. Have you heard about Eskimos and ice? Have you heard about this?
Like they can see a bunch of different types of ice, or not? At least I know about that of a snow, but like it's not
So,
just one type of snow. It's like they can see all kinds of different types of snow.
right, well, we say snow, we say ice. They have, for that phenomenon, literally dozens and dozens of words.
Hmm.
It's snow and ice. We snow ice for them. A huge vocabulary. The reason is that's their whole world. Their whole world is snow and ice. So what they can perceive with respect to detail, variance, relatedness, this kind of is like that, but isn't. It's like, oh, we're actually here, but this is all the different flavors of snow and ice. That's their expertise. So they have lots of terminology. For someone who pursues orgasm inside of, if you will, sort of a cultivator to tantric sensibility, tantra just means technique, by the way. The word tantra,
Mm-hmm.
Sanskrit word, it simply means technique. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
We often associate it with sex, but in the Sanskrit scripture, there are tantras for everything. Tantra for sex. In other words, there's technique for sex, but there's all kinds of techniques. There are breathing techniques, there are energy techniques, there are stretching techniques, there are techniques for how to spank her bottom. There are techniques for, there's so many techniques. But Tantra, just not to get hung up on the word, it just means technique. That's all it means. But the variance and the depth of field of possibility in the question of orgasm, it might not be incorrect. This might not be incorrect to say that orgasm is who you are.
What do you mean by that?
You've heard of a valley orgasm, I suppose.
A valley?
Valley orgasm. Have you heard of that terminology, valley orgasm?
I don't
As a,
think I have heard it.
oh, you haven't? Okay. So that's a good jumping in. It's a great jumping in for tantric orgasm, like to sort of 101. So we know about peak orgasms. Discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Ejaculatory.
Yes. Okay.
So one of the topics of conversation in Tantra, if you read or study practice, it's going to be valley orgasm. And just like a peak is obviously very punctiliar, there it is, pointy. It's also in space and time, it's occupying this point. There it is. The valley, on the other hand, here's the valley. There's just a valley. It's just going on. It's just valley, just valley orgasm, having a valley orgasm there, just being in just we're in a place and it's called orgasm. That's what valley orgasm is, more or less. So that's when the orgasm is not time bound and intense with that punctiliar sensibility feeling, but instead it's very much like an ocean.
Mm.
Except you've probably become one of the waves.
Mm-hmm.
And that wave is orgasm, and it is pleasure. It's also who you are. You didn't know. There it is. And we can not only have orgasms in the genitals, we can have genital-like orgasms in dozens of other parts of the body, dozens and dozens of parts of, but also the entire body is a vehicle for orgasmic experience and expression. So I'll give you an example of one specific scenario so people can put something literal to the idea I'm talking about. So years ago, when I was with my Tantra teacher, she was doing a massage table session with me. So I'm on my back on her massage table, and she's doing a combination of techniques on me. Of course, she's a professional tantrika, so it's this lady who knows what she's doing. And what she's doing, on the one hand, is lingam worship. That's Tantra speak for very fancy hand job.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, they have techniques for that. And the other was male sacred spot stimulation. That's the prostate, or it's inside the prostate, really. So she was simultaneously massaging my prostate both from outside the body and going inside, penetrating me, and simultaneously lingam worship. So first 5, 10, 15 minutes of that session, I probably could remember. I can remember getting on the table And then I can just remember getting off the table 3 hours later. I remember I got on the table, it was 4 o'clock, and I got off the table, it was after 7. And I went to a place that was orgasm. The truth be told, while in that place, I did not know my name. If you'd asked me, I couldn't have told you. I was every bit as deep as somebody under deep anesthesia for an operation. Legit, full on, absolute trance out. By the way, no substances other than the 2 bodies that were present, a man's body and a woman's body. No alcohol, absolutely no nothing. So the nervous system of her, the nervous system of me harmonized in a very specific way. My job was to lie there, relaxed completely with my eyes closed. So the lady was doing the work, but this lady knows her work. And my body works, right? I've got the equipment, she's got the equipment. So in this dance that she initiated, that my body was participating in, the rhythm of orgasm begins to move all through me, through her, all through me, all through her, to the point where there is this orgasmic circuit of energy that builds and builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. There was no ejaculation, but the orgasm was well over 2 hours long, probably 2.5 hours of that was just completely orgasm, bliss, being nameless. There it is. And so that's one example of like an orgasm or orgasm that's not quite what we've come to expect from the term. That's one
And
example.
with that 2.5 hours worth of orgasm, that's mostly the valley type of orgasm you're talking about?
Yeah. It's going to include a variety of sensations. But then, as you know, like if you're dancing, for example, so you're a salsa dancer, as I recall, as am I. You know how, and so you can learn some steps, right? So there's a step, like your teacher, here's a step, there's the step, here's the move. But once you've practiced and you've gotten a routine down, or you're improvising freely on the dance floor and you know the steps that are relevant, there's something going on called a dance.
Yes, that's right. It's almost like it's dancing you at that point. It's so ingrained. Yeah.
Exactly. So orgasm is really a lot like that. And what we think about as orgasm initially, that might be better described as like a dance step, right? So let's say there's this particular sensation, you feel it in the penis, there's another sensation, lights up the spine, goes up to the crown of the head. There's another sensation, there's some sort of bliss contraction at the base of the spine. There's this warmth in the pelvis. By the way, it's all happening at the same time. And those different things trigger each other in a sort of a symphonic, literally symphonic way that is precisely symphonic and resonant. And the frequencies, the actual frequencies inside of the tissues, and what the nervous system is capable of, what the biochemistry is capable of a whole lot. Your biochemistry is capable of an enormous number of phenomena. And once you begin to explore this with some skill and some subtlety, particularly with a partner who's patient and skillful, the range of what can be experienced is actually infinite. It is not finite. There is literally no limit to what's possible in the domain. So the first thing I would introduce around orgasm is just being open to that orgasm is probably a lot more than you thought. And let's find out. Let's have some experiences. Let's explore. And it's going to include your genitals, but it's going to include the rest of you. It's going to include parts of you didn't know you had if you keep doing this work. You're literally going to discover that you have faculties, you have an ability to have experiences that you didn't know you had the ability to have. I didn't know I could go deeper than under general anesthetic on a massage table with a girl's fingers up my asshole and her hand around my penis. I didn't think that was possible. It's very much possible. Very much possible.
Yeah, you know from experience now.
I've done substances like, whatever, LSD, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I'm telling you what you can experience in the sexual domain. Blow all that out of the water. Take some cultivation by the same token, just to sort of give people the sense we're now going into Kind of like going to Antarctica. Maybe nobody really knows what's out there. Let's see. Let's
Yeah.
explore. We're
Yeah.
explorers now.
Yeah, I love it. That excites me a lot. This because it is kind of charted territory in the modern world, right? That's one of the things that I find so exciting about this particular kind of work. With this cultivation, now I know you've worked with these, you've read all these books, you've worked with these coaches, but I'm sure guys are sort of thinking, what is the basic cultivatory practices that will kind of lead me there?
Great. That's awesome. We can dive in a number of places, but to make it really sensible and practical, I would have men focus on their breathing as the first thing that we work with.
Mm-hmm.
So we would do some, let's say I was working with a man one-on-one, we would do some breathing exercises that have nothing specific to do with sex, masturbation, orgasm, or at all. It's just, it has to do with being alive, being a person. Turns out sex also has to do with being alive and being a person. And
bringing life in.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so the breath, when we begin to become conscious of the breath and be able to utilize it intentionally, then we discover is we can use the breath as a vehicle to move to be with sexual energy and sexual arousal. We can start to be sort of skillful with the sexual and sensual experience that's coming, in as much as we can be skillful in respect to our breath. So we do breath work. And what most men have learned to do by the time they come to me is habitually shoot the energy out of their penis. So we don't need to teach them how to make the sexual energy go down and out the penis. They're up to that.
They got that down.
Yeah. So what we have to explore is, well, what else is possible? And the breath, because it's behind our physiological and our spiritual reality, like try not to breathe for an hour. It was nice knowing you, Zander. That's going to be that for you, right? So breath, so bound up to being alive. Turns out your mastery of breathing actually can shift your life around, particularly your sexual expression, extraordinarily. So when we use the breath, we can move sexual energy with the breath. And we can assist ourselves in having the energy do something other than shoot out the penis. There's a lot of something other than shoot out the penis. There's like literally an infinity of other than that. That's why when men get into this, it's really fun. Because it's like you used to go to the 31 flavors, but they have vanilla. Would you like to have an ejaculatory orgasm today where the semen spurts out of your cock when you're done? Vanilla cone, there you go. And if you start to get into this world, the 31 flavors, first time it was like it had a few dozen, and then you go get as, why do they have 100 flavors now? That you go get it's like there's 7,000 flavors. You go the third time, there's 47 million flavors, and so the ice cream shop gets bigger and bigger and more interesting. Like, wow, I didn't know there was this kind of. It just turns out that your being and your sexual energy are, in a sense, infinite. It's why alcoholics drink so much. Alcohol is finite, but the alcoholic has an infinite appetite because he's a person. It's a part of our nature that we have some tap into infinity. We just do. Like it or love it, we do. Mm-hmm. So when an addict takes finite substance, say alcohol, turns an infinite appetite onto a finite substance, that's hell. That's how you do hell. Infinite appetite, finite apparatus, this is doomed, right? Well, it turns out, used skillfully, the sexual domain is an infinite domain. It is not a finite domain. Turns out. And you have to experience that to know what the heck I'm talking about. But all that to say, you're entering a realm where as much appetite or curiosity as you may have, there is still more available to explore than even the strongest appetite. So in that sense, it's actually very rewarding rather than sort of frustrating or let down. And a lot of men have had the experience of, they have sex, they have an ejaculation, then there's kind of a, is that all there is? Like, is that?
Yeah, right.
And it's nice
Yeah.
for like wealthy dudes or affluent, just like, let me just get a hotter girlfriend or another girlfriend, or 2 more escorts. And what we're doing is we're bumping uglies and then he squirts. Like that's what's actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
Just that one was one Victoria's Secret model. She was wearing pink lingerie. That's another like bikini girls. She was like we're blue bikini, whatever. The same basic script with different actors.
Yeah.
Whereas if you start to explore this, you could literally be with one woman for the rest of your life. Literally one woman. And the exploration is actually infinite because you're tapping it the way that it is. You can ejaculate right out of your penis if you want to, end the conversation. But if you're interested in staying in the conversation, it just gets better, is my experience. That's been my experience. It just gets better.
This is great. So let's go a little deeper into that. So all these amazing experiences that you find as an explorer, first it's, one flavor, just the ejaculation, this 31, then it's, 3,000. It just keeps expanding as you're exploring it. Talk about how in these infinite possibilities, how ejaculating makes that more difficult
Hmm.
to achieve.
I would say very simply that it ends something, a
Mm-hmm.
process. So as you know, this is your game. You know that if there is an ending point to this sexual dynamic, ejaculation is about as good as we could get for calling an ending point. There is an ending. Doesn't mean you can't have sex another time later, but at that point, it's kind of like we reached our destination, we pull over the car, we turn it off, we pull out the key, we're done. And whereas if we don't do that, if we don't ejaculate, we don't park the car, we don't get off the road, we have an infinite number of destinations to explore.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing to say that should not ejaculate or don't do that because it's just a matter of if you wish to explore something, well, here's a way to end the exploration quickly. And so finding a way to explore the sexual sensual dynamic without ejaculation becomes, if you will, like the key to begin to unlock infinite possibilities. That's the original key.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In tying it back to, because I got some questions on this too, like when you were talking about having that 12-hour sex session, or the time you were having like sex with 10 different women in a day, would that even be possible for you if you weren't retaining your seed, if you were
Oh,
ejaculating with all those?
great question. Great question. Yes, but I would get tired.
Okay. Well, I'm impressed because I don't think I could ejaculate 10 times in a day and make it work.
I'd have to save up, but the impact would be detrimental, generally speaking. It's going to vary depending upon the man. What I call detrimental, somebody else calls detrimental. You know what I mean? There's degrees. So sure, many men, I guess, great. And ejaculations, 10 beautiful women, sounds like fun. In my case, I really like the way it feels in me when I'm retaining my seed for a very long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the energy builds this more physical strength, this more enthusiasm, there's all kinds of goodness. And in the sexual dynamic, prior to ejaculation, the range of what's possible is basically infinity. Post ejaculation, what's possible is, let's just say, a diminished range, both in terms of sensation and pleasure, also in terms of physiological stamina and all that. So, a man who's retaining his seed is utilizing a physiological process to tap his finite organism into an infinite energy source. It can get a little scary, by the way. I've been scared before on long streaks with high sex
Scared in
drive.
what sense?
cognizance that the energy flowing through me is absolutely greater than I had contemplated,
Mm.
and it's awesome.
Mhm.
Great, like if you were, say, standing on top of Mount Everest, in the sense of there's just something awesome. It's like transparently, manifestly, obviously awesome.
And
And
literally awesome in the sense that you're in awe of the. I didn't even know this was possible, and
complete,
I have a whole new respect for this kind of power.
especially afterwards,
Mm.
especially if the sex is really good and you retain your seat afterwards. Like, what is life even about? Starts to, what's going on? So there's a mystery that begins to be tapped viscerally, sensorially, energetically, and personally. And then you walk around and that mystery's you, and women sparkle at you in ways that you wonder about. Because they intuitively pick up on male sexual energy, particularly when it's cultivated and when it's refined. They really, really respond to that. So it does begin to relate to others. But then at the same time, there's a sort of an energy in life, like the flow of life. Not to say that ejaculation is bad or wrong or anything like that, but the idea of optimizing around ejaculation, I think, is useful for men to look at. So if you want to be ejaculating, there are these old Taoist manuals that say how frequently is optimal for a man based upon his age, which is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, talk
And
a bit about that.
yeah, that's a cool thing to just sort of look at. So the range, let's say, just a few points rather than all of the different ages. So let's say a 21-year-old. So every 3 days, it's probably still pretty close to optimal.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can
For
see that.
some, for some dudes every other day, they're still going to be close to optimal if they're 20.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I
Yeah,
got
you
you.
get to 30, now that's not optimal. Every third day or every other day is not optimal at 30 at all. Ask any 30-year-old. It's going to be honest with you. No. Like his actual health, energy, and sexual performance is probably not going to be optimal if he's ejaculating every other day for, say, a year at the age of 30. So at that point, it's often recommended maximum once or twice a week. It's going to depend upon the man, the strength of the man, the energy of the man. Then to about 40, there are different manuals, different numbers, but it's going to be something like every 16 days. This is a very common number for 40s. And then for a man of, I think it's above 70. 70 is like when they just cap it. And so once every 30 days is optimal, generally speaking, for a cultivated man of 70 or beyond. Now that's if a man wishes to be ejaculating. There's also a way to live where he doesn't ejaculate at all, and that's possible at any age. But the level of cultivation is more refined in order to do that. And then the lifestyle that's going to come out of that has to be a fit container for it. Yeah, that's a lot to take, but if you start retaining your seed for a long time, your life is going to shift, or you're going to have to shift it because it makes you capable of more. And if you built a certain life inside of a particular ejaculation frequency, and then you're retaining your seed for way longer. Let's say, for example, let's say a man went from once a week to once every 10 days, and then he shifted to once every 90 days
Mm-hmm.
for a year or for 2 years. It's gonna the kind of a life that he's gonna end up building for himself in order to support himself around his sexual expression. It's gonna have to improve. It's gonna have to expand. If he doesn't expand the life the way he authentically needs to, there's now going to be a conflict between his sexual expression and his life. So one of the
Okay.
reasons a lot of Taoist masters would say, hey, yeah, just follow this ejaculation frequency table. The old Taoist masters, like, they're doctors. They're also masters of Taoist Tantra, they don't necessarily want to teach every man how to be a semen retention master. They know if you are going to retain your seed long term, you learn a lot. If you don't, they'll be just like, how old are you? For 16 days, bub. Have a good life. By the way, it'll work. If you just follow the thing, it works. It'll work. You'll be balanced out. In other words, for a typical, like, hey, married man, have a good life, have a good business, energy for your kids and friends, it's gonna, they figured it out if you want to be on that ejaculating path. If you start to go retain, like my criteria is I intend to ejaculate if and only if I intend to have a baby. Absent that intention, it is not my intention to ejaculate. If you take on some practice like that, you will end up forcing yourself to make a bigger, more beautiful, grander life that suits you, however that needs to be for you, or you're going to probably hate yourself somewhere in the mix of doing that. So the sexual force is very
Yes. And this is actually perfect transition to what I want to go into. But before I do, I just want to make it, these are the Taoist, the traditional Taoist ways of looking at how much you want to retain semen and all that. But for anyone who's listening, I just want you to know, experiment for yourself. Don't feel like, okay, no, you mean I can't ejaculate only once a month? But these are guidelines that you can play around with. See what it feels like to you. What does it feel like when you don't ejaculate for a month versus, and this becomes way easier when you're learning how to have non-ejaculatory orgasms, because now you're having orgasms. It's not like you're not being sexually satisfied. You are, but you're retaining your seed at the same time. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. Right. It just takes some skill to learn how to do that. But just for anyone who's listening to this, who's never had non-ejaculatory orgasms, and they're thinking, well, I got to hold my seed for that long. When you start learning how to do things like that, it becomes a lot easier to do that. So that's one thing I want to say. The second is that this ties in perfectly to what I want to talk about. And we were talking about the other day in terms of having a bigger goal. And, because having all that, especially if you're not having non-ejaculatory orgasms, it can start to build up. And some guys complain of having like blue balls, or just feeling like, they've got all this energy that they don't know what to do with, and they're just used to masturbating and getting rid of it. So, but now they've got it all, and it's like, what do I do with all this? And sometimes it can be irritating to them because they're not used to holding on to their seed like that. In a conversation we had the other day, which I thought was perfect, we were talking about, I'll bring up on the screen. You were talking about this mission passion that is here on the top of the impact point matrix, and just how beneficial that can be in terms of when you're trying to accomplish the sexual mastery, and how retaining that seed can be used as a form of sexual transmutation into actually, achieving the things that you actually want to achieve in life. Now, this was one like on this week's Forever Man formula, like in module 9 of the Forever Man formula. One thing I talked about is transmuting this sexual energy through gratitude, and just how simple and powerful that is. But next week, I'm going to be talking about this mission passion. So I would love it if you would go into some depth on, why that's useful, and, why that's so important when you're going through this type of work.
Thanks so much for bringing us to that key point, Zander. Now I'll just speak from experience. And I think most men can relate to this. But we find sex pretty compelling, most of us dudes. If you're not a man that finds sex compelling, you're probably not listening to me talk right now. Odds are good at that. So, given that we know how compelling sex is, how pleasurable it is, if you optimize that aspect of your life to the point where the amount of pleasure that you not only are capable of experiencing, but actually are experiencing, just skyrockets. So let me give you a little future prediction. If you're listening to this and let's say you decide, hey, I want to learn what these men are talking about. So Zander puts a link up, you click on it, you pay for your coaching package, and we're actually working together. Once you know a little bit of your future, the amount of sexual satisfaction and pleasure that you're actually capable of is so much greater than you have any idea of right now. It's off the charts. What I'm going to tell you is that's the bad news. Maybe. It's not the bad news at all if you have a massive goal / mission / purpose in your life to which you are committed with all of your energies. Then your sexual experience and capacity, stamina, all of this joy and pleasure is going to be something that effectively bolsters your manhood, brightens you, has you be more successful into that true mission that you're following. On the other hand, if you just don't have anything like that in your life, like maybe the biggest goal you ever had in life was I want to get a promotion, or I want my boss's job or something like that. Very kind of linear, like just the next step of that's the only kind of, if you've never looked at things like goal, purpose, mission, like literally what was I born to do? What am I doing here anyway? If you never looked at that in a deep existential way, and then you massively upregulate your sexual satisfaction and your sexual stamina, you're going to discover infinity starts to tap into your life. Because that's how it's going to feel. It's going to feel like I can tap the infinite orgasm genie. Also, anytime I want to. Okay, what the fuck am I doing here, actually? Which is exactly how it showed up for me. Viscerally. And I'm talking post the massive upregulation and sexual ability before. It's like, goodness, what the actual fuck? Imagine every dream that you had came true. And then you just realize, oh, I just didn't have big enough dreams, is all. We need some really, like, way bigger dreams.
So yes, I love that.
To a man who really wants to go after this in terms of, like, the most he can have in his sexual expression and experience, I would actually agree with you here, where I would say, let's start prior to the sexual conversation. Just tell me what's the most important for you in your life. Is there a person that's the most important person? Is there an idea? Is there a concept? Is there a duty? Is there a creed? Is there anything? Tell me what you got there. Like, what do you actually deeply care about? Because when you get really great at sex and you have lots and lots and lots of great sex, unless you get your complete self plugged into something that's actually greater than you, what often happens to men, this is surprising in terms of the percentage of men to whom this happens. I have the pleasure of knowing other men who have the experience of being sexually masterful and having sexual abundance. So that's not like most dudes, but I do know a bunch of dudes like that. So like when we're comparing notes, how many of us have gotten way bummed out after an enormous amount of sexual? 100% of us, all of us, no exceptions. It's because we got so good at sex and all that comes with it that we realized we were for something actually greater than that. So what is it? If you don't know the answer to that, the existential pain, guaranteed, don't wish that on anybody. The no-fappers have their sense of this in the flatline. You'll hear about flatline if you go along no-fap.
Yeah, I've done that actually. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about. So when you transform your sexual experience, you begin to tap into greater possibilities for you. So if you have a mission, a goal, or a purpose that you're really deeply committed to, it's just going to make your life a lot easier. You're going to be a much happier man, and it's going to be much more, dare I say, safe and fulfilling for you to explore your sexual potential, because your life ecosystem has room for that, has room to contain that. Does that make sense?
It does. You know, this is really good, Nathaniel. You know, you talking through this, when you have something like this, when you have this mission, passion, that's something that's, that's why passion is in there. I mean, something you generally really want, that gives a direction for that energy to go.
Yes.
Like here's your genitals down right here, right? So you can almost think it like Kundalini rising, kind of like it's coming up into your intention, where you're focusing your intention and what you're wanting to accomplish in life. That's where that energy is going to flow. And if you don't have that, I love the way you put that, because you were saying, something deeper. I needed something deeper, because I think that is a lot of the problem, is that if you don't have something big that you're really working toward, then your energies kind of get scattered all over the place. And, these different, the world just sort of pulls you in all these different directions because you don't have a clear direction. And once you do have a clear direction, that energy that you're building up, man, that's what Napoleon Hill was talking about with the sexual transmutation, is taking
Correct.
that and moving that up. So, yeah, that was really great the way you described that. I thought that was extremely powerful. And the other thing I'd say real quick is, when you do this, when you actually have this mission and passion, not only is it allowing you to take that sexual energy and allow it to move in a direction that is even more satisfying for you, is it also, like you were saying before, that energy is naturally attractive. When magnets come together, that's an actual force, right? That's nothing imaginary. That's an actual force. And when we're retaining the seed, we're building up a lot of this masculine energy, and that becomes very attractive to the opposite sex. So, and not only is that energy doing that, but also the fact that we have something bigger that we're aiming toward is also highly attractive. It's not like we're making our partner our mission and our passion. Is our partner that we got something even bigger than that, so that they can look up to us. It's like they're attracted to us because we have this mission, and they're not our mission, right? And plus, if you're dating, and say, for instance, that particular partner doesn't work out, you move on to the next one. Well, that is much easier, because that person wasn't your mission or your passion, your main one. You have something even bigger than that you're working towards. So you could just go back to that. And then once again, all that energy can go into that, and you'll attract more women or more partners because of that fact.
Beautiful. I'm so glad you went into the detail there. I didn't suspect at all, when I first began to explore the possibility of semen retention and sexual transmutation, I did not at all anticipate the amount of energy that would be released into my life
Mm,
and become available to me. So, if you think about nuclear weapons for a moment, we know that now we're talking about an enormous amount of power, right?
yes.
So we can take a nuclear weapon and we can just do terrible, destructive, evil things. But by the same token, that energy utilized in other ways can be profoundly creative, can be used to build society in all kinds of ways. So when you are increasing your capacity with respect to the sexual dynamic, your sexual energy, etc., what you're actually upregulating, very simply, if you will, is the force of you. You're turning you up. So, what is you up to?
Hmm.
And what you're going to discover as the sexual energy upregulates, you're going to discover this existentially, whether you want to or not. You're going to discover if what you up to is what you should be being up to. How you discover that is the amount of fulfillment that you spontaneously generate in the pursuit of whatever it is that you pursue. And ask any man who has a job he hates, is it possible to pursue something you really don't like or enjoy, but still takes a lot of your energy and attention? Yep. So, when you're going to have more energy and attention and enthusiasm and power, you're going to have something that you really would like to do with that. And if you
Hmm.
don't, it's kind of like you're this dictator asshole with nuclear weapons. We don't want people like that to have nuclear weapons because he doesn't have anything There's no intelligent design behind the fact that he has that much power. There's not a person who should have that much power. Like, we don't really want the North Korean dude to have nuke, which is probably would be nice if we didn't have. Not a good thing.
Yeah.
Because this amount of power needs to be utilized well in order for life to be good. So if we are making good choices around purpose, mission, in other words, what I mean by good choices is like really yours. Have you ever talked to a man? I'm sure you have. Got a bunch of clients who talk about purpose. Have you ever had a man who's talking about purpose and his first answer, you could just tell it wasn't like real for him. It's not what he cares about. It's like not there.
Yeah.
We
I'd have to
probably
say
all-
that's most of the time, unfortunately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And sometimes we can't see that until we've increased our sexual energy. And then we say, oh, wow, my life, like, holistically ain't fulfilling. I don't really like what I'm up to. Life's not that good for me. But that's not necessarily bad news, because then you can, in fact, figure out how to regulate the life. You really can do that. But what I like to do with men is say, let's look at that holistic of your life, of you, of what you care about first, and then make sure that whatever you're up to in the sexual arena is going to be something you can utilize energetically towards what you care about. And it might take a little bit of learning about myself before I know what I care about and really deeply know what I care about, so I can answer the question honestly and mean it when I say this is my purpose. I had a friend who does amateur kickboxing. He's pretty good. And he's not a very, what you would call sort of accomplished, famous, or successful person. But if you look at all of his skill sets, he's clearly better at kickboxing than any of his other skill sets. Like, he almost went pro. He was like a serious pro-am, still gets paid sometimes to fight, trains professionally. So he was talking about purpose, and just the only thing he could think of was kickboxing. In his life, in the world, in his resume so far, the things that he's done better than it's kickboxing. So when he starts thinking about purpose, just that's all he's got. Just go, what's the kickboxing? But and then he's like, actually, I like soccer way better. My parents made me quit when I was 14. All of a sudden, we're like, whoa, now we're tapping into it. This little boy was actually prevented from playing soccer, which he loved. So he wanted to kickboxing because he has the athletic energy. But he never really loved kickboxing. He can just do it. He's kind of monster dude. It's nice to be able to fight. But he's still in love with soccer. Isn't doing soccer. Hasn't forgiven his parents or the fact they squashed. So now we got like this enormous exploration that he actually has to handle and heal, where he's never going to have an authentic sense of purpose. So he's like, well, I guess it must be kickboxing. Okay, let's just open a gym, like have plants already. Let's work. It's just like, he's going to be bored. He's like, and they get horny and want to fuck. So on the other
there's
hand,
no passion there.
If we healed that, which would take a lot of work, turns out at that point he didn't want to do it. He wanted to get really, really, really good at sexual technique and then a lot of sex.
Sure.
So
well, he's passionate about sex. There's nothing wrong with that.
And we made the discovery, which I knew we would make, which was that he thought it was good news, and then it wasn't such good news. Turns out, I mean, the sexual success. It like first it was, right? It was good news until it wasn't. And then the bad news was simply that we, on his part, hadn't taken the time to construct a holistically fulfilling life. And for him,
well, it's still good news. It's still good news. It's just that when he turned the corner, it's like there's more to this, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, now that I've gotten to this point, but like that point you were making before, that you might not even realize that because you're losing all the sexual energy all the time.
Yes.
You know, when you said that, that really, put a light bulb in my head, because from the time I first learned I could ejaculate, like 13 and a half, to my mid 40s, I was ejaculating every day. You know what I mean? And it wasn't until I stopped doing it every day that I started getting the energy to, and the realization that things are not the way I want them to be. My life is not the way I want it to be. It's almost like I was in a low state of awareness that this was even happening. So I think that's an excellent point that you make, is that if you're constantly losing the energy, you don't know what it's like to have the energy. You don't even know what you're missing. You don't even understand. And then once that comes in, it can start illuminating all these other things that you didn't even know that were an issue.
Boy, it does that. And in this particular case, because the fact is, this was what was hard for him to kind of grapple with. He's still in love with soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Completely. But he's an adult. He's not 7 anymore. Right? So now he has this, if you will, this set of healing processes. There's something around mom and dad because they literally, made his dream impossible. Then there's something about, healing with himself, because when he was old enough, he could have said, screw you, I'm doing soccer anyway. He didn't do that. So he kind of resents himself. He resents his parents, right? So there's all of these layers that now are going to have to be dealt with in order for him to have an authentic look at the purpose conversation. But you're so right to say that conversation didn't really become possible until there was more semen retention. There was more enlightenment. And then it became obvious. Then it became like, oh, we got to handle this now. And not handling it then becomes painful, becomes really painful. And that is optional. It doesn't have to be painful. It can actually be revelatory. It can actually be very healing. But one has to be really gentle with oneself here. That's a big key. In fact, for the whole conversation, especially the sexual and the sensual domain, it's a really, 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 really big key. Gentleness is it's a master key. And men, we kind of get intuitively, we got to be like gentle with, women and babies and children. You kind of know that, right? Like you might feel like better for gentle with. Probably if you slap her across the face, first see her afterward, it's probably not going to go so well as if you give her a sweet kiss, right? Everybody knows that. What we forget is that gentleness is something we need also, and we need it from ourselves. Especially the way that we look at purpose and mission, and then that integrates with our sexual energy and expression. We need a lot of gentleness. Part of gentleness is that we have the room to get it right. We have the room to get it wrong. We have the room to get it when we get it. If you got something, then you forgot. This happens too. For example, I've had men that really get masterful around semen retention, and then they just kind of get off it. Like they just maybe one day just kind of start jerking off normally again. And then maybe within 2 or 3 weeks, they're back into actual masturbation. I'm like, how did I get here? I had an amazing 2-year run of like sex god. So we go, okay. So you remember that hell of the 20-something masturbation addict? They were there again. All right. Let's not harm ourselves further by seeing the harm we've done. Let's just see honestly. So all this gentleness in the process, it does have to be utilized towards oneself so that we can get some enlightenment in terms of our sexual experience and also the life experience. And those two things really have to dovetail. If we're going to be, we're meant to be, the sexual and the life experience, they really have to mate well. And that takes a lot of gentleness. Like that's something you don't want to force. Something you got to discover that. What is that?
Really interesting, because you may not, like we were saying before, you may not even discover it without doing some of the semen retentions. So it brings it up in the first place. And, for instance, being gentle on yourself, I can see what you're talking about too, where, you fall off the wagon, whatever it is. Like this case, it's, masturbation. He's masturbating again, right? And the next thing you know, he's like back in those old patterns, right? He's doing it regularly again. And he's like, well, how did I get here? I was just, just a couple of weeks ago, I was like the sex god, what's happening here? But, we could beat ourselves up, totally. But if you think about it, you step back a little bit. First of all, it's like, I just did 2 years. That's amazing in and of itself. It's a huge win, right? And just kind of, and it is a learning opportunity. If we never fall off the horse, then we don't gain that same kind of strength of being able to get back on and realize, and then get that confidence. Like I can do it. Like, even if I screw up, I can just fix it, you know? So if without those opportunities, you know, I mean, it seems at the time, you know, like, you know, what am I doing? You know, why am I being this person? You know, what happened to me? Where we're complex. And if you, as long as you kind of realize, okay, this is what happened, but hey, this is now, I can make a different choice right now. So I'm going to get back on that horse. And all of a sudden you realize now you've got something that you didn't have before, where you have the experience and the knowledge now, internal knowledge, that if you do fall off the wagon or whatever, you have everything you need in order to get it back up there again. And you have the power and you're able to do it. And there's a gift just in and of that, you know, just being able to do that.
Yes, absolutely. And the idea of being gentle to oneself, for most men, it's kind of a newsflash. What? Huh. Interesting. What I would share with men around the sexual domain as well as life purpose is that it's going to make both of those really streamlined for you. What we're saying here is that there are certain things that we can force, but there are things we cannot force. And what we cannot force, we should not force. So I can, you know, force a nail with a hammer. There's a way to just go bam.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas discovering who I am, the strategy that I use to drive a nail into a piece of wood with a hammer is not effective for discovering who I am. I'm going to have more gentleness on the discovering who I am part. And really what sexuality is, seen another way, is it's about self-discovery.
Yeah, you know, that's really another light bulb went off when you're saying that, because I'm thinking in terms of it makes sense, but also you can also think of it in terms of being gentle with yourself is the hammer for that situation, right? So that's the proper tool, where force is not the proper tool. It's like it's more of a discovery type of process, and being gentle with yourself and realizing the you know, once again, we talked about this the other day too, and just getting I think one of the simplest tools in doing that is gratitude. You know, just starting to be aware of what is already good in your life, and that starts this process of switching focus to being more gentle with yourself and realizing that things aren't as bad as you're thinking at this moment. You know, that particular moment, you just needed a shift to realize you were focusing over here, but when you focus over here and you realize there's already all this great stuff that's in your life, you're just not putting focus onto it. I think it becomes much easier at that point to be gentle with yourself when you have that kind of perspective.
Brilliant. That's so brilliant. Wow, is gratitude ever a superpower?
Yeah, it is.
Just absolutely a superpower. And if we can integrate that into the sexual experience and experience the sexual dynamic as a domain of gratitude, also a domain for which to be grateful, there's very much something celebratory about
Yes, very much.
like life itself,
Yeah.
in that sense.
Yes,
So
100%.
the expansion, the invitation. Really, what I would invite men to who are listening to this is our invitation is to the fullness of you, the fullness of your possibility, the fullness of your pleasure, the fullness of your joy, the fullness of your happiness, the fullness of your self-expression, the fullness of your health, the fullness of your performance in various domains of expression. There's so many aspects of life. But what we would like is for you to become the fullness of who you're meant to be in all of those domains.
Yes.
But the common denominator is you. It's you. So this is about you at a very deep core level. Whether we're talking about life purpose or actual sexual technique, we're in the you conversation. This is about you. In a way that so intimate, right? We're always us. We always bring that. But we can forget that in a domain like if we're just talking trigonometry or something, like we're literally doing a trigonometry class, we kind of think it's about trigonometry. And if you have a good math teacher in high school, who people love to go to that math teacher's class, that's because the math teacher figured out that he or she is teaching people.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that are good at math and people don't like their classes unless they're also good at math, those people have a class about math. I had a calculus professor in college who was extraordinary in that people could pass calculus when they took her class who couldn't pass calculus from other professors. Same textbooks,
that's a good teacher.
same exams, same lectures. Also, she was a sweetheart. You couldn't help but love her. The lady knew how to be with people.
Mm-hmm.
She had to work with people. She knew that it's not just about trigonometry. It's you doing trigonometry.
Right. And this is a great point.
The great news is it's obviously about you.
It is.
It's easy to remember that, but it really is about that. If we think it's about sex, we're kind of off. It's you in the sexual dynamic.
That's right. And your partner, right? So it's about two human beings, right? And that when you say it's about you or it's about human beings, this couldn't agree more, but this is a perfect transition to what I want to get into as well is we're complex, right? We're complex as human beings. We're complex in that we have yin and yang. We have a darker side, we have a lighter side, we have a shadow self, we have a more spiritual side of us. And when the sex is animalistic in and of itself, I mean, that's the animal kingdom, right? Having sex. So there's a built-in animal nature of it. And this is another reason I really want to talk with you today is because my pathway here was very different, right? My in addition to the sexual dysfunctions I was having, erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, was highly sexually repressed. And I figured that was a big part of what happened, why I was having these issues. Not the only reason by any means, but it was a part of it. And in order for me to get over that, one of the things I started to do was get in touch with my animal self, like really get in there and out of my head, right? And try to get more just down and dirty with sex and with my approach to it, because my approach was very different, right? It was very subdued and more just like you'd think traditional, like love making, very gazing and all that kind of stuff, which is great. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't have access to the other part. And it's like when I got access to the other part, it's like all of a sudden when that started rising, that was like this animal part that I was suppressing, the shadow part. When I was expressing it, then it got integrated with this more higher part of me, where I felt and have felt since that time. It literally changed me overnight. More integrated, more full experience as a human being. And that's really what excites me about this kind of work. But since my approach was different, like I came into this a different way than you did. What are your thoughts on this in terms of the more kind of animalistic side? Like if you could talk a little bit about the more loving side, like the Karezza side and the animalistic side, how these two can integrate, and how why this is important, because we are complex as human beings and this is about us.
Great questions here. I love it. So it's nice to talk about things that people don't talk about but are really interesting. It's one of those topics. Super interesting.
That's my favorites to talk about. Yeah.
People should have better conversations at dinner parties, man. They really should. So if you look at traditional Tantra, very, very like refined, proper, whether it's Taoistic or Vedantic, Hinduistic, yogic, and you go after it very thoroughly in a very complete way. They really include the animalistic very rigorously. And it can be a bit much, in fact, for somebody who was sort of taught to be a good boy during sex. Now they're telling you to yell. Also, what syllable? No. Because they know all different kinds of things, like this different vowel makes this nerve do that, and then but they actually, one of the things that, now this is something that they have to be in the right place with a woman who understands, because they're having studied from the sort of traditional tantric angle, and not everybody in that world is equally traditional, by the way. But if you find one who really is, who's super knowledgeable, man, there's like, you see like various ways of slapping women in the sex manuals, like different parts of the body to slap, different, just the level of detail, the sounds that you can make, and the purposes for the sounds and the body movements you can do with it, the breathing. It's super intense, actually. Super intense. So if you're a fly on the wall watching two advanced tantric practitioners, you're really into it, you could be witnessing stillness, like actual, like almost no movement. You could also be witnessing something quite animalistic, like straight up zoo animalistic. There's not bleeding involved. People aren't going to hurt each other. But like really, like, so what they presented to me, there was a revelation coming from this, I should be a good boy. Be a good boy.
Right.
Nice.
I was there most of my life.
Yeah. Like, wow, the traditional tantric take does not have a lot of room for that. It's not. It's not. And it can start out with making sense. And you could, the sounds that football players make when they're snapping the ball, those low guttural sounds.
Yes. Yeah.
So those are actually root chakra sounds.
Yes.
Well, there's a bunch more root chakra sounds. There are different ways to make root chakra sounds. And then there are root chakra movements, and there are parts of the body that correspond to the root chakra. But wait, you've got 7 chakras. Maybe 8, depending on how you count them. Maybe 40 if you count. So it just turns out there's a lot of sounds you can make, a lot of movements you can do. There's a lot of breathing exercises. There's a lot of different ways to breathe, faster, slower. And then in terms of touch, like they teach this as well. Of course, how much you want to learn, it's up to you. But they want to present the fullest range possible, from the most subtle to the really physically intense and forceful. But that's simply because they want the range available, right? So what is considered desirable is for the range to be available. Kind of like a really great musician, maybe a really advanced, competent songwriter knows a lot of different scales and chords and rhythms. In other words, he has a lot of possibilities.
Yes, I was about to say, freedom to move. You got more freedom when you have
That's
that.
right. But if he makes a good song, it's not simply because there's lots of possibilities in it. It's because he blended them together in a way that worked. It was like beautiful, moving, chill, or something, right? So in other words, a good sexual experience is very much like that. You want to have access, like the great musician, you want access to all these possibilities. Very much like cooking. Very much, actually. So if you think of, I have access, or I wish to have access to all the best ingredients in the world, all of them. Does that mean if I just put all the ingredients in the world into one pot, delicious soup? Oh, probably not.
Right.
Put it in a pot, cook for 6 hours, yum. Maybe not, right?
But you can make a ton of stuff with more ingredients.
By the same token, if you have access to all those ingredients, but you got some skill with combining them, right? Then now we're talking. On the other hand, if you're in the world where like what's available is basically white bread,
right? Exactly.
Like, and that's what's available. I'll give you 17 permutations. We're not going to arrive at gourmet. I'm sorry, it's not, because our ingredient quality is just not sufficiently varied or refined. It just isn't. So in the sexual domain, it's very similar. If you look at like what's available, everything is available, right? Now the question is, how much is available to you personally? And what I see for clients is simply that I would like to make more available to them than is presently.
Yes.
Well, what is available, strictly speaking, is infinity. It's all here. Abundance is here. Infinity is present. What can you access? Well, let's just upregulate what you can access, and then maybe we can also explore some skill, blending now what you're able to access into something, into an experience, into experiences that work for you, that you call fulfilling, that you call like nourishing, soul satisfying, holistically good and inspiring. And that's kind of how I look at the range. In other words, I don't want to say like, oh, you should be more animalistic or you should not be. I want to say, what range is available to you right now? What range could be available to you? And then how are you using that range? And how might you? Like, what are the possibilities?
You know, I would add to that. I love that analogy, but I would add to that that there are certain categories of flavors that, you know, certain things fit into. So, for instance, like if you keep, like if I was in my old way of doing things and everything was always sweet and tender, and like there's nothing wrong with that, but I was like stuck there. That's all I knew. And I was just scared to do anything else. Right. So if I kept adding in that range, it'd be like, okay, all right, so now I'm going to add maple syrup and to my honey, but okay, now I'll add some coconut sugar, but everything's sweet,
Yeah.
right? It's not like I can add a bunch of stuff there, but it's not necessarily going to provide the same kind of range that, okay, now I'm going to add some jalapeno pepper.
Oh,
You
sure.
know, now I'm going to add something a little bitter, you know, like some raw cacao or something like that. And all of a sudden you combine those things and it's a completely different experience.
Yes.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is that when the animal and the spiritual come together like that, and when I was able to express myself in much more kind of dominant ways, it sounds like that wouldn't be spiritual, but to me it was the most spiritual of all, because it released something in me. And then, for instance, going through an experience with a woman where, you know, I'm spanking her and I'm saying all this naughty stuff to her and she's totally getting into it, and then a few seconds later we're staring in each other's eyes lovingly and caressing each other, and then I got her on her back and I got her hair pulled the next second. It's going from one extreme to another, but they're playing together like sweet and bitter and hot, and it's all coming together in these flavors that are just amazing. So during and as well as after the experience, it's just much more satisfying and whole completing for the both of us. Like we're laying there next to each other after this experience and we're both like, I've never experienced, you know, it's like we're in this new realm that we've both never experienced before. And I can only describe it as being way more spiritual, way more integrative, right? But it plays in perfectly with these different ingredients you're talking about. But I just wanted to bring that up because within those ingredients, there's different types that can kind of come together that weren't available to me. Like I could keep adding sweet stuff, but I didn't have any of the hot stuff.
So is it kind of like somebody said, either literally or unconsciously, hey, this range of XYZ flavors, don't go there. Bad.
Right.
Therefore, I was left with this cabinet, and that's what I had to work with. So is that kind of like how it showed up for you?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, pretty much. I was very timid and afraid to go for, you know, more extreme things and things that I really wanted, things I fantasized about, things I was watching porn for, you know, that I wasn't actually doing. just
Mhm.
repressing myself because I didn't think that she would be into it. And it wasn't until, to me, it was getting more into this animalistic work before I even got into the bedroom, like expressing myself as an animal
Great.
where things were flowing, right? Where they weren't flowing before. So when I actually got into the bedroom, I was way more expressive and just way more willing and able to do things that were risky simply because I was much more expressive and there wasn't as much stuff bringing me down, right?
Yes.
And after having that, especially that first experience, it was like I was never the same. It's like
Yes.
there's a whole world out there, sexual world, that I didn't even knew existed, right? Until I experienced it myself. And then I started going crazy and just really experimenting, right? But it really is one of the things that excite me, that keeps me going and is motivating to me, is helping other people have those experiences. Because I truly believe that if you have that experience, it will transform you, literally transform you. You won't be the same. And with that type of transformation, there's very little places that the shadow self, the animal self, can go out and play these days. And the bedroom is one of the last places, and is always, in my belief, been the best place for it to express itself, because the animal of the other partner gets to come out and play too, because she's got plenty of animalistic desires that she wants to express, that maybe she's never had a partner that can bring that out in him. But once that's free, it's like that root chakra. I was on a podcast one time. It was like a spiritual podcast. And I remember when they actually posted it, they didn't even mention sex in the title.
Hmm.
So, and I was like, wow, it's almost like those root chakras, the root and second chakra, are almost shunned sometimes in the
Yes.
spiritual community. They're
We
just
don't speak
focused on
of
this
that.
part,
We don't speak of it. Don't go there.
right? But that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
That's what needs to come from, right? You can't just ignore it. It's like you're not going to be, yeah, you're focusing on the spiritual stuff, but you're in an animal body right now. Why are you there? It's for these two to come together, to experience each other together, to be integrated. At least that's my thought on it. But
Beautiful.
I can totally, I mean, for me, once again, that's how I got here, was having those type of experiences. And that's why this is so interesting for me to talk to you about this, because you come from it from a more learning it from a spiritual perspective. But do you, from what I'm saying here, does that sort of resonate with you?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
So the idea of what you're describing is just, it's key. It's so crucial. And I love the way you described us, spiritual in an animal body. That's who we are. That's who you are, actually, literally. And one of the ways of seeing the world that is normative for ancient people, but not so much today, is a a view that looks from above at a holism. So a oneness which includes all the threads. And this is just not the way we do stuff, really, or think about stuff in the modern world. It's the only way they thought about things in the ancient world, more or less. So, for example,
Mm.
if you're talking about the Indian system of wisdom, you're talking about a system that has medicine, philosophy, art, music, dancing, poetry, theology, sex, physical fitness, and even political and social implications. So we're looking at, for them, this is like, if you will, a body of work. We think of like that's 11 subjects. They said, nope, that's one thing. And so for a traditional Taoist tantric practitioner or a very traditional yogic sort of Hindu style practitioner, there really is no cultivation that would be able to exclude things like gymnastics, martial arts, and fitness. And then those things have to be specific, if you're serious, and they have to be specifically integrated into the sexual domain. And they take it really seriously if they're into it. I mean, if you look at the actual Kama Sutra, if you look at the thing, if you could find a willing partner for 100% of the things in the book, you wouldn't need more than willingness to do 70% of what's there. In other words, you need like fucking fitness, man. Fucking hard to do most, because you can't literally do a bunch of the postures unless you're an athlete, legit, like no kidding. And the Taoist experience also includes built into the system, like you literally can't escape it because it's in there. Martial arts, like literally inside of the whole thing, is a martial arts framework, an internal and then an external martial arts framework, which is actually related to the sexual practice. Like you can't pull them apart; they're not separable. So, in other words, they're tacked initially as a holistic one. They need to optimize the animal of you. They need to optimize the spiritual of you. They need to optimize the relational of you. They need to optimize the breath of you. They want to optimize the diet of you. They want to optimize the nutrition of you, how much sunlight, all of this, right? And then you get this animal experience, but a spiritual being in an animal experience. And whereas the modern disposition seems to be to break things into very small chunks to the point where they become almost meaningless because they're too disconnected. Very much like your sweet-only sex cupboard, which was not allowed to be discussed in like you can't also do those. No, this is fine, but not right. And so that is anything but.
What wasn't allowed to be discussed? I'm a little confused. What was
in your experience personally? There were certain things that were quote unquote appropriate, right, in the sexual context for you. And
you mean before? How it was.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Were not appropriate.
Right. Sure.
And somebody let you know that's appropriate. That's not appropriate.
Well, the experience let me know. Right.
There you go.
I opened up the expression, and then I just kind of expressed myself, went for I want, and I learned from her reaction to it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's good, right? Because she got immense amounts of satisfaction out of it, as well as I did.
And prior to that, in other words, before that full opening, to which she really responded well, how did it get to be like it was previously? Who set that up? You can have these flavors, but don't have those ones. Who set that up?
Well, it's probably a variety of things. I mean, I was raised Catholic, for one.
So there was family conditioning at home. There was programming.
Oh, there's lots of programming. Yeah, lots of shame, guilt type of stuff. Yeah.
Right. Great. So that is what I would consider to be like disintegrative. Right? That programming that was not good in the formative stages. In other words, what we're looking for is an integration. And they set up a disintegration. They said, let this disintegration run your life. And we said, oh, that sucks, but I'll do it anyway. So then you did it, and it actually sucks. But when you start to integrate those other parts of yourself, which they kind of banished, they're like, oh, banish that part of Zander away. Right? So then you invite these elements back. And now we're having an integrative conversation. We're connecting the pieces of you, of reality, of possibility. And so I love that you're just bringing that forward, because if there's an aspect of me that's unexplored, it's something that if I wish to be fully expressed as who I am, I'm going to have to rediscover at some point. Like with you, the animalistic side of the expression. Somebody walled that off, said, don't go there, leave that alone, no. And then when you reintegrated that, it was like profound healing. Homecoming, oh my goodness, awakening. So that's the integrating sensibility to it. And that's kind of, if you will, that's like baked in to the ancient mentality as an integrative sensibility. Whereas a modern sensibility is more like dividing things up into such tiny little boxes. You know, we have a proctologist today. That's a kind of doctor, a proctologist.
Right. Familiar.
But he's going to look in your anus. So if you were to tell a doctor from 1000 or 1500 BC that in the future there would be an anus doctor, you have a doctor that just does the asshole, you're an asshole. Because the ancient doctor would have said this: I know that health is the integrative, high functional expression of all the aspects of who you are until that expression is greater than the sum of those parts mysteriously.
Mm-hmm.
But to optimize that as a physician, I need access to every particularity and then some. If I say, my particularity is the anus, the ancient doctor would have said, what you are is a fool, and you should be locked up because one thing you don't know about, that's health. Health you don't know about. In the perspective of the ancients, health requires a holistic conversation. It demands all aspects accounted for. And if we just start a priori saying, these aspects, lock them in the closet, if they aren't real, or don't look at them because they're bad, which is worse. And you just say, well, okay, we're just done. Because you just decided there's a bunch of things we're not to consider. Right? And that's not how people work. It's just not.
Yeah.
They're not anuses walking around, generally speaking.
It's true.
They're headed
A good thing.
You know?
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. And the way you put that was really good. The only thing I would add to that is I could see some benefit to how we're doing it in our modern life if it gets reintegrated. But the problem is it doesn't tend to, right? So when you take a certain aspect and you really study it deeply, it could be helpful as long as you're taking that and now you're applying it to the whole again.
Bingo.
Right. But that's the problem. See, that's like with the impact point matrix. This comes from a lot of different disciplines that I studied and tried to bring it together as a whole system. Right. And I think that's what we miss a lot in our modern world is it's great that you can go to a specialist. They know a lot about this, but then they can miss whole other things that are affecting this simply because they don't look outside of that.
That's right.
If they just took that knowledge and we integrated it into a holistic system, then I could see the being, a specialist in that one particular thing being helpful.
For example, there's an Ayurvedic practitioner that I've used, and he's been a great blessing in my life. He's a very well-trained, high-level practitioner. Just call him on the phone, tell him everything that there is to tell him, whatever I want to tell him. And then he reads me energetically and he says, okay, here's an email, buy these things from India. They come to my house and I take them. But what is appropriate to tell him in a conversation is absolutely anything that I consider relevant to me in my life. In his Ayurvedic medical frame, it is all of it relevant. 1000% all of it is relevant. All of it. Your dreams, your relationships. Yes, also your lower back. Yes, your family history of diabetes, your diet. Yes, it's all relevant. All of it is relevant. All of it. And that is the traditional diagnostic approach. If you look at the ancient Taoist medical manuals, there's everything in there. From like your wife's mood in the morning to the kinds of dreams you're having to the smell of your urine there ain't nothing they don't consider. They consider it's all data. Get the data, organize the data, but get all of it. And then the diagnostic manuals actually correlate that. Like these people really had a deep sense of wisdom. And the diagnosis, as well as the cure, would be ideally taking all of you into account. Not pretending you're just an asshole walking around, It's just an unfortunate reduction of a man. That's just less than who he is. And I feel like the sexual conversation has kind of been negatively impacted in a similar sense. right? Which is to say, this compartmentalization out of life, or even into different kinds of sex, right? Like there's the vanilla people and the BDSM people, and like the BDSM people think the vanilla people aren't cool. The vanilla people think the BDSM people are weird. I mean,
Right.
the amount of prejudice that people have towards each other right now in the modern world because of their sexual proclivities is extraordinary. It's like really judgmental, really disjointed, really disconnected, right? So
You're right. I mean, and it's people are identifying themselves through their sexuality more than I've ever seen them do. Like I've got a daughter in high school, and it's a big thing about what kind of sexuality are you? Are you asexual? Are you pansexual? I mean, all these different things, and what is your pronouns? And all this thing is based around your sexuality. Like your identity is now
yes.
around there, which is interesting. I don't.
Well, the conflation of sex and identity, as far as I can tell, is rather a modern phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
For example, by contrast, as sort of the ancient Greco-Roman world, just because it's documented really well, they just wrote down everything they did. We know everything, all the things. And they did all the things, by the way. If there are things you haven't done, the Romans did them, I promise.
I bet.
They did all of the things. Whatever there were, they did the things. All of them, including the thing that they aren't even talking about as you're out of school. And I know they're talking about a lot more than they used to, right? But the disposition that the Romans had to sex was primarily one of activity. It was activities. The modern notion that sex is identity, they would have really scratched their hands. They would have been like,
mm-hmm.
What? Yeah, like the notion of a gay person in Greco-Roman society, the amount of wealthy married men with children that enjoyed same-sex experiences, if they were upper class enough, was like very close to 100%. If you told any of those upper class men they were gay, they said, "What are you, what? Gay?"
Yeah,
like, because that's an identity. And they were saying, no. I am a man. That's my identity. I do activities in the domain of pleasure. Here are the activities I do or don't do. But sex was viewed as activity. Often sacralized, because they did a lot of rituals that include a huge amount of rituals with sex. They were all about sex rituals. So they were sort of tantric in a very different way, different system. But it was activity. So then to turn it into identity, I think it's uncharted waters historically, more or less, for sexuality to be always conflated to identity. That's pretty new, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, very interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way before. That makes a lot of sense. Activity versus identity. This is a good time. Also, we talked about this briefly a week or so ago, where you were talking about how for men, sex should be physical and as compared to women. And this seems like there'd be a good place to kind of interject that in. So can you flesh that out a little bit? What do you mean by that exactly?
This is kind of a thou shalt not, if I dare use such biblical language. And it's in a gentle kind of perspective sense. In other words, this ain't no commandment. I'm not doing that. But the idea is that the animalistic expression that you were highlighting for men, for us, so
Yes.
important, so important. You actually have to side with that.
What does that mean, side with that?
You keep your allegiance there. Now, ultimately, if you take a higher level sort of philosophical standpoint, then you're saying I'm siding with love, actually. Love is my choice. But talking specifically about sex, staying physical to it is probably the most empowering approach that a man can take. Also the most intelligent. And, let the girls get horny and fantasize and then when they have to tear your clothes off, you know, help them out. In the mood to help them out. But use your mind, use your purpose, use your capacity for fantasy, which is the same as like visualization, dreams, goals. Use that creatively. Make a really cool life. Like do interesting businesses or art or what have you. Like dream a cool world. Somebody didn't have a Golden Gate Bridge, and then there was one in Levi Strauss's mind. And then my grandmother got to walk over it the day that it was opened. Than I did decades later. You know, so he imagined a bridge and then they made one where the other engineer said, you can't do one because we have pictures in our head that says everybody will die. Levi Strauss says, well, pictures in my mind say we can do it. And I can talk such a good game that you're going to believe I'm right. They did. And then they hired him and then it worked. So that's kind of the way for a man to just look at how to use his non-physical faculties. You know, make cool stuff, basically, or cool art, or cool organizations, but when it comes to the sexual domain, okay, if you're gonna do sex, like fucking do sex. I mean that fucking do sex. If you don't, unless it's you don't want to, then don't. But it's a doing, especially now. Of course, it's a doing for the woman too. Obviously, it's a doing. Period. But that's where the focus can be rested. It says a rest in the body.
So just so it's clear, let's contrast that with what you think men are actually doing. So when you say that it should be physical, what are they doing that you think is not optimal? You know,
sure.
that should be physical, so we can compare.
So great. Okay. My least favorite topic in the world. It's like literally one of my least favorite topics. It's not my favorite. Because I know the harm that it's doing to so many men out there. But let's talk about pornography. Given that where we live, when we live, the ubiquity of pornography, particularly the digital, high-speed internet variety, we ain't talking about, you know, your grandfather's Playboy. We're not talking.
Yeah,
we're talking about the way that pornography is available and consumed en masse. This is a bad idea, so don't do it. If you were to go to any porn site right now, just, you know, whatever it is, and just type in the URL, boom, just look at the first page. What you're going to get is a series of images and captions. Because just like YouTube, it's a bunch of video thumbnails. There's an image, caption, image. It's the same thing on a pornography website. It's a bunch of images and captions. Now, if you were to look at that, you know, fully clothed, no masturbating, having just look at it like a sociologist or an anthropologist, like, oh my goodness, the psychological intensity and variety that is being expressed via the images and the text on this page is extraordinary. It's probably historic. It's like anthropologically, it's freaking weird, unheard of, unprecedented.
Yeah, it is unprecedented.
Predominantly dark, weird psychological stuff, or less weird psychological stuff. But what's happening in all of those cases, now I'm envisioning a man alone with a screen. I'm not, you know, imagining it. That's what I'm seeing. But in that a man alone with a screen, we have this predominantly psychological ingredient, which is the driving or the driving force in the process, the pornography.
Right.
Pornography is ephemeral, right? Mm-hmm. In the past, you could literally point to stacks of magazines, right? After that, you could, you know, stacks of video cassettes, but now it's like, where is it even? Is it in servers? Is it even in the servers? Because if I go to a server, I don't actually see any porn. There's just the server. But it's on my screen, but then it isn't if I turn it off. Like, where is it? It's very ephemeral. It's very ideological. It's a bunch of ideas and concepts and images and blah, 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 blah. It's not physical. It doesn't have a body. It doesn't have a dick. It has pictures of dick in pixels on a flat screen. Okay, you got the VR, so it looks like a 3D. It ain't. It's not even there. There's no dick. So there's a bunch of nothing or a bunch of noise, a bunch of mind chatter or computer chatter, however you want to think about it. It ain't physical. It ain't fucking.
Mm-hmm.
Like a tiger. In other words, if you want to know what to do and not do, you basically ask yourself, would a tiger do this? The answer is no, maybe not. I mean, you try it, but because you're not a tiger. But if you stay in the tiger would, I'll try it, you're going to have fun with this stuff. Because sometimes the tiger is like, I'm going to bite her neck and like hold it this way, and I'm going to turn her around and try that, and I'm going to do this and that, and we're going to cuddle afterward, and then we're going to fuck when we both want to, and fuck when I want to, and she doesn't, and fuck when she wants to, but it's a bunch of fucking.
Bunch of physical activity.
Exactly. Now they might be more intense, might be less intense. There's before, during, after. There, she's pregnant, she's not pregnant. There's all the different ranges of the physiological happening, but it's a happening. It's a physical happening, right? So in an ideal world where there was every sort of possibility, you could just like this. Probably, I'm hoping, goodness, I hope this is true. Is it even true anymore that a young man today, if prostitutes were free, is it even true that he would have the free prostitute to show up physically rather than the porn? I'm afraid that some of the dudes would still go to the porn, even if the prostitutes were free.
You're probably right.
Let's say they really were free and just available. I think no sane man would actually say yes to the pornography if a beautiful, willing woman is available. I would hope. So that's kind of ideal world, but then just looking at it from my standpoint, I say, okay, physical aspects of the sexual experience, that's my real access.
Mm-hmm.
The meditations are fake access. Tinder's a great way to have fake access because you can swipe for so long and not even go on one date the way the algorithms work. But it's a lot of mind activity. And some of the girls are going to be hot. So the fantasies are going to happen. Again,
right.
Where I would want sex, I'm getting a mentation. Today, it's usually a digitally mediated mentation, but a mentation nonetheless. And
that's another good argument for meeting women in real life, right? Because it doesn't produce the same kind of. It's almost like porn, like the way you're describing it. You're going from person to person to person, or to scene to scene to scene, versus being in front of an actual real person, which is physical, like you're talking about.
Yes.
Versus just mental, like you're doing on the phone.
Now, it's great if men understand the psychological, spiritual, emotional domain, because you can have way more fun with women who kind of come on that speed.
Yeah.
But if you as a man are trying to transact on that speed or on that wavelength primarily, sorry, the bad news is it comes off bitchy. Don't be a bitch.
What do you mean?
Don't be a bitch. In other words, all I mean by that is it's just slang for don't be a man using a feminine strategy predominantly. Because very simply, our bodies are stronger. So we can organize our relationship to the world in a physical way, primarily. Women's bodies are weaker, so they have to organize themselves to the world in a way that is primarily psychological.
Yes.
For example,
well, that's
I'm always be stronger. Yeah. She has to use her mind to find out if I'm safe. I don't really have to do that. She has to.
Yeah, that's a great point there. I'm going to bring this up again. So your point, I love the point you're making here. Once again, when you're talking to the way I've got it on the impact point matrix anywhere, physical would be more here, this pleasure.
Yes.
Where you're actually physical sensations. You're physically with her. Arousal is in the mind. So that would be more like the watching the porn or the Instagram. And for women, this is great analogy here. Like for men here, we have a built-in point of no return. Like, so we are physically wired that if we're stimulated enough and we have at least a little bit of arousal, if the conditions are at least good enough, we're going to orgasm. We're going to have an ejaculation. Where women, it's a different kind of thing. They have no built-in point of no return. Their orgasm starts to build and build, and it can kind of go down. It's almost like a butterfly. It floats up and down, and if it hits a certain amount of arousal, then a orgasm can happen. But that is, once again, primarily happening, like you said, primarily mental and psychological, where
Yes.
with men, it's built in more here. So I see what you're saying here. Like when you're working more with the tender or the pornographic or even the like erotic stories. I'm not saying you can't do any of those things, but it is more of a feminine strategy
Yeah.
versus a masculine strategy. So that's,
Exactly.
once again, that's another, I haven't thought about it in those ways before, but it makes a lot of sense.
And what I developed this around, I wonder like how this came to me, was simply me learning to take care of myself.
Mm.
Because I was delivered into a world where, sex was wrong, sex was bad, and pornography was either expensive or illegal or both. That meant the options that were culturally available to me were primarily non-corporeal, not embodied.
Mm.
So you can read books. I mean, whether they're magazines or videos or stories or text messaging or sexting or dating apps or whatever. Again, it's mentations in the place of, what my 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old body wants to fuck a girl. That's it. That's what the animal me wanted to fuck women. There was
Right.
no animal part of me that wanted me to be in a healthy 19-year-old body, sitting at a keyboard, touching a piece of plastic while a stranger thousands of miles away touches keyboard plastic in her house. The fuck? Like, there's no part of my animal body that wanted that. The fuck? Pussy. You know what I mean? So I learned is, fucking women is better than the mind stuff. Okay, it's so much better. It's almost like the difference between clean drinking water and that's going to kill you or make your tummy ache, And it's not to say that understanding the psychological domain is bad or wrong, because we should if we want to understand who we are and relate to women deeply. We need to have an understanding. But the strategy that's going to be empowering for a man sexually, and I truly mean empowering, and I mean that in a way that's objective. Like you're objectively alive or dead, you're objectively alive. If I said you were dead, that would be a falsehood objectively. So when I say empowering, I mean objectively empowering. Actually. Not do you think you're empowered, but actually. When the sexuality is physical / energetic, because you could say that's physical as well, it's being, then it's going to nourish the male body. Provided these are experiences, sensations to his liking, of his choosing. It is going to nourish the body inherently. Provided it's not overstimulated. Obviously, masturbating to 20 ejaculations a day, that's clearly, now we've over physicalized the thing that we want a physical access. And we calibrate the experience of that. How does it actually feel? And how does the energy sensation with that feel? And that lets me know like where my wellness is. In other words, is this good for me? Am I going to have a good mood afterwards? Do I like myself here? Is this going to lead to more good sex and a good life? Is this going to actually be a waste of time? And so for men, if you think about the difference, forgive me for the brass tacks, but if you think about the difference between a stripper and a prostitute, let's say it's a no-touch stripper, just to be really, really, really different. We got a tease and we got the real thing. And there are dudes out there voting for the tease over the real thing. Are there men? I don't know of any, but maybe. But the priority normatively would be for the direct contact.
The actual thing.
Because we're animal and the masculine embodiment is strong. It needs to be treated like that. So like be the tiger, fuck the bitch. Or if you don't feel to, then don't. because that can also be very powerful and even very empowering. Where the man says, physically, I now remove myself. It's also very powerful. Women can actually be really appreciative of a man who knows how and when to turn her down. And that's physical. That's a physical. One of the things, and I'm not in that world at all, but I have friends all over the world. One of the things the men in the Middle East understand is that sexual deprivation, man to the woman, him depriving her, can actually improve the marriage if it's judicious. If it's judicious, not talking about cruelty. Never be cruel to a woman. Never, ever, ever, ever. But if it's judicious, turning her down can make things hotter and sweeter. Right? And that's a physical thing. It's like, I am actually not going to put my penis in your vagina or in your mouth or whatever right now. I'm not going to do it. Physically, no.
And it sends a very powerful signal in that is not, most women probably have never experienced that. I mean, that's not most men. They're the opposite. They're like, I got this opportunity. They're like desperate and needy around it. And here's this guy saying, no, I'm not going to do that right now,
Yes.
for judicious reasons. And that's powerful. It's like, whoa, now I got to kind of work for that, which is more exciting for them versus you trying to get something from them. And I think it also communicates your ability to protect her in a deeper level, because now she knows that you're not controlled by your sexual desires, which most men
Yes.
are,
Yes.
right? You want, of course you want sex and you desire it, but you're in control of that,
That's
right?
right.
It's not controlling you, which means that you're stronger, you're more able to protect her.
That's absolutely right. And when we respect ourselves this way as physical beings, as men especially, what's interesting is that it shows up in the mind space as being more respected.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, if you're a man kind of thinking this through for yourself, like trying this on a little bit in your life, what is Nathaniel saying about the embodied side? Like, side with the physical as a man, side with your body, side with your body, which includes what your penis is pointing at, by the way. That does include that, Like that one, the penis goes, whoop, that one doesn't. Okay, so like respect that in you, respect the body of you. What I'm really saying is allow yourself to be respected as who you are fully. Because we know it's pleasure we derive in sex is a pleasure we derive from having sex. Newsflash! I know. But from the way people
Can it be that simple?
You would think they derived the pleasure from thinking about it, though. If you looked at it today, you say, did they all derive pleasure from thinking about sex? I think maybe. Because nobody's fucking motherfucker. That's bad. On the other hand, if you side with the physical, you side with the doing, you side with the, let's say, sex partners. There's a lot of women out there willing to share ideas back and forth, whether it's sexting or flirting or whatever, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because they like the attention in the purely psychological way. The dudes are in there to get laid. Like, really, that's why we're there. So what I'm saying is,
no,
respect that about yourself. Oh, my penis, woman's vagina. Am I going to settle for sexting an Instagram model for 7 days in a row? I want to have sex with a person, not send sexy messages to a person who's in another room, in another country, probably. This is kind of just thinking through what we prioritize. And I think if we're honest with ourselves as men, unless we don't want to have sex, and that's a choice, for reasons. But if we're interested in the sexual experience conjugally, we want to do it with our bodies. So I say side with that, prioritize that. And some women want to give you access physically. And some of them don't. So sort for the physical availability, the possibility, the reality, rather than the meditations, the fantasy, the what could be, what might be, what would be hot. Now, what works really well is if you're actually with a woman and she's willing and available, you think of something that's hot and you just do it. Like, now do it. Rather than, do you think, would you like it if we, fucking do it. Fine. Obviously, she may or may not be into it, but you can notice. You have an idea. It's like, I'm with a willing woman. Let's try it. Do the experiment. Run the experiment. Be a good scientist.
Right. And you need to be the scientist,
That's right.
you know, rather than, because I know I was there and I worked with a lot of guys there that just kind of hoping she would do what they want or leading the whole thing. But really, if you want that masculine, feminine polarity and you want to find out for yourself, you know, you need to take the lead and actually take those risks. And that's what I was talking about earlier when I actually did the animal work. It just made that so much easier because when you're less repressed, when you're not repressing yourself down, you're naturally going to want to start moving forward and doing things. And
Yeah.
so you're not fighting against yourself, right? There's like, once again, that kind of plays into this integration kind of thing. Instead of two parts fighting each other, it's like, no, we go together like chocolate and peanut butter.
Yes. Absolutely. And if you think about male bodies and the strength, like we're built for battle, for building things, for athletics, like we do stuff. It's a part of being a man. It's just in what it is, in the experience of mankind to be male. We fight the wars, we do the athletic competitions. Not that women can't and have done those things, they certainly do, but we've always leaned on that.
Yeah.
And we just always have historically. So the physicality of us, if it is respected by us, it's going to leave us in a much happier and healthier disposition of mind and heart. And the women are going to be way happier in our lives if we're really at peace with ourselves. And part of that is being honest about what we want and what we're willing to accept. I think today that most men I've met are willing to accept far too much in the realm of mentation around sex, particularly in the speaking world. And I think they're willing to accept far too little with the physical reality of sex. And that's what's probably married people too. They're probably having way less physical sex, but they're thinking about it. She's either thinking about, I want it more, or less, or he's not having enough, or he is having too much, whatever. But people are in their thought lives of it rather than doing the business, doing the deed.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to be the leaders here because the girls are going to be in their thought life. They are going to be emotionally driven. They are going to be fantasy driven. They are going to be, that's what's up with the girls. If somebody's not leading from the physical, like I want my penis inside of her vagina, let's make that happen. Somebody isn't coming from that standpoint, we're all just going to spin in circles and not have any fun. Isn't it fun? It's like trying to imagine swing dancing, but nobody leads the dance. It's just not going to, you're not swing dancing now.
There's no dancing. Dancing is actually a great analogy to sex because there's always there's no such thing as especially partner dancing. I mean, of course you can do separate dancing, but partner dancing, you got to have a leader and you got to have a follower. And because it doesn't work. You can't have two leaders, you can't have two followers. There's no dance, right? And there's no polarity in the bedroom if there's not a leader and a follower. There's no excitement. There's no way she can fully go into her feminine if she can't release and relax and be led there to some degree. And dance a lot of times will naturally lead into sex. So I think it's a great analogy overall to sex. But when you're talking about the more loving stuff, that's a good transition too, because one of the things I do want to talk about today, and I want to get to questions too. So, is because you're a master at both, is Tantra and Karezza. Can you talk about the difference between those two and how they approach, non-ejaculation differently?
The difference between Cliff's Notes and a novel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You've been to those literature classes, and War and Peace is really long. Right? Yeah.
Really long.
Moby Dick's really long. It's a pretty long book. And maybe I just want to know enough to keep up with the classroom discussion and hopefully pass the test. Maybe I don't actually want to read all of Tolstoy's War and Peace. So I go to my Cliff Notes, I pull out high points. I got a general sense of what's going on. Hopefully I can fill in the blanks if need be. So Karezza is a little bit, very,
Like
very,
Cliff Notes.
very well written Cliff Notes.
Gotcha.
By very revolutionary kind of genius level people. These are pretty radical people. These Americans were the ones that came up with Karezza in the 18th century. One of them was one of the first female medical doctors, probably ever in the MD system. There were not a lot of female MDs. And a minister and a female MD. They worked together, wrote books, had groups. Now, they were well read. They were well studied. They understood non-ejaculatory orgasms and things like that from the history of the literature around sex, the Kama Sutra and other things. These had been known for hundreds of years because Westerners would go to places like India and China and learn the languages and translate. So these things were known to the West. But the very, very, very complicated, sophisticated, refined tantric exercises, oh my goodness, it's elaborate and highly ritualized, and it really is religious stuff from other people's religions. And these are white people living in New England in the 18th century. You know what I mean? They didn't want to do like the costumes and the dances and all the happening, complicated Tantra stuff that for them is like, it's impossible. It's actually unthinkable. Like we're literally talking about contemporaries to George Washington. They know about that cool Tantra trip. We're like, no, we're not going to the forest. We're not hunting down the guru. We're not wearing a loincloth for 3 years. This is not a thing. We are white people who live in New England who like read the Bible, go to church on Sunday. Literally, that's us.
Yeah.
But their sex thing over there that we read about, we kind of think that's really cool. We're smart enough to read books, so they figured out here's some translations, here's some treatises, and then the medical literature actually contains a lot. There's a lot of sort of black medical literature, even 19th century. It's almost like smutty or porn. Really interesting books written by doctors in the 1800s as well. So they went to the medical literature that you're not supposed to read about, and then they went into the ancient literature, and they gleaned everything that they could. They were really good readers, the Karezza folks. By the way, Karezza is an Italian word. It just means caress in Italian. They called it that because they're Americans, like, give it a sexy foreign title, Karezza, an Italian word. Nobody was Italian. Zero Italians on the top. Like, we'll take an Italian.
It's like Haagen-Dazs was made in America, you know.
Exactly right. Exactly, right. Precisely. So they evaluate this set of possibilities and they figure out how to get what they want out of it. Here's what they want out of it. They want happy marriages. They want people to be able to decide to have babies or not. By the way, for the 18th century, for the 19th century, that's freaking radical.
Yeah.
Decide to have a child or not. Incredibly radical. But that's what they were like. You should be able to decide to have a child or not. Okay, so they wanted that. They also wanted community to be able to be sustained with sexual practices that could be shared, in other words, understood as a part of who we are. There was a collaborative sense, which Tantra also includes. There's a lot of collaborative ritual in Tantra. These folks wanted the collaborative, they wanted the choice around procreation, and they wanted the sex to make the intimacy better. And they were also medical perspective. That's kind of how they looked at it. Even pastors back then were sort of very medicalish, almost like psychiatrists. So they wanted you to be physically healthy. They did also know that too many ejaculations made a man weak, might make a woman irritable. So they wanted to put this all together. And what they came up with was maybe the simplest rule. And Karezza's one rule is just orgasm-free life for boys and girls, unless we want a baby. It's just, that's it. We're just orgasm-free life.
So just so it's clear, so with Karezza, it's non-ejaculatory, but it's also non-orgasm. Right? So we're not talking about non-ejaculatory orgasms. With Tantra, we're talking about non-ejaculatory orgasms.
Yep.
Right? So they're both non-ejaculatory, but Karezza is no orgasm. Tantra can be orgasm.
And that was, I think, for simplicity's sake. as well as for safety purposes, like reliability. They wanted to be able to reliably not ejaculate ever.
Gotcha.
Even an advanced tantric practitioner will tell you, is it easier to have ejaculatory orgasms?
Right.
Not ejaculatory orgasms. Of course it's easier to have ejaculatory orgasms. Of course it is, right? Now, if you have to choose between the orgasm without ejaculation and simply refraining from the orgasm, it's actually easier to just refrain from the orgasm altogether.
Yeah, makes
sense.
sense.
The Karezza people felt that it would be psychologically less stressful for both men and women to forever give up the pursuit of orgasm. Unless you want babies. And tell it unless you want babies. And they did. They planned them. Optimize everything around the time and seasons and the whole deal. Want a baby. But they decided that the simplicity of that, non-ejaculate, by the way, this is what I didn't suspect when I studied Karezza. The simplicity, the calmness, and their relationship to satisfaction is so deep. Karezza is just the favorite. It's just my favorite ever. Well, I guess we saved the best for last, was kind of how I felt about it. That was my experience.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that for a second. So, because I understand for them, it was easier to do, right? They simplify it down to it's essential for what they want out of that system. And they decide that, just avoiding the orgasm altogether is the easiest. But we can mix and match. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, right? We can do non-ejaculatory, we can do Karezza, we can do whatever we want any day we want, right? So since you are experienced with both, what is your experience in terms of satisfaction with Karezza? Because I know some people will listen to that and say, well, no orgasm. That doesn't sound like, like any fun. What flush out your experience with this? What is it like? Because you do both, right? Can you kind of compare and contrast?
With Karezza, the degree of satisfaction went up immeasurably. Now, to what do I attribute that? I think it's this, and I think this might be the genius of Mr. Noyes, that John Alfred Noyes, that pastor who figured this Karezza business out with his lady friend medical doctor. They figured out that simplicity is the opposite of stress in many, many respects. And they wanted a simplified environment so that people would be more stress-free. So what the Tantra world did for me was an enormous amount of practice and skill with people that are exceedingly devoted to practice and developing skills. However, have you ever been around a group of people, like, let's say, I don't know, basketball players or anybody who's competitive around a thing, where they want to acquire more skill and more technique and get better at that? Have you ever been in a group with that kind of
certainly. Yes.
So can you feel that there's a little stress and tension around that? Gotta win, gotta learn more, gotta get better, gotta.
Especially in sports. Yeah.
So they kind of kept that at arm's length with this genius simplicity. Just don't pursue the orgasm. Now, going to Montauk Chia for a moment, who is in the world today the most traditional tantric practitioner that I personally know of. He's a giant. He's remarkable. He's an
That's where I first learned about this. Yeah.
He's a very remarkable man. He's a very, very, very special person. His number one recommendation sounds like Karezza. So really, what is Karezza? Karezza is normative sex for tantric practitioners. That didn't decide to do like Darth Vader level sex lightning partnered up today. I mean, there is stuff that can go on, and you remember the Darth Vader kills the Emperor and the lights flashing everywhere in the Star Wars movies like that.
Sure. Yeah.
There are tantric rituals that are meant to be that like fancy, and then really legit. Okay, so also very complicated. It's also a lot to manage. So
Right.
Montauk's number one recommendation for men who are tantric practitioners is simply this. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the pleasure of an ejaculatory orgasm, keep your pleasure at 7 and below. The end. Thank you very much. Well, now that's Montauk Chia. That's Montauk Chia's book on Karezza, which is 1 sentence long. That's it.
So I think I get. This is, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking. I don't know. Do you remember that classic commercial of the Tootsie Roll Pop with the owl?
Yeah.
You remember that? Okay. So it's like, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? So it's like the difference between just licking the pop and just biting right into it. So when you bite right into it, you get lots of sensation, lots of pleasure immediately, right? But it's over much quicker, right? Versus when you're just licking it constantly, but you're still getting satisfaction. That kind of sounds to me like Karezza versus having a non-ejaculatory orgasm. I don't know. I could be wrong.
That's brilliant. I like that illustration. It's super cool because the taste, the gustatory dimension is also a part of the sensual experience, really. And those kinds of details, the fullness of sensory awareness is massively heightened inside of any non-ejaculatory frame. Lovemaking, all sensation is heightened. Between sessions also, by the way, it just gets, however good session number 2 was, if you don't come, session number 3 is probably going to be better. If you don't come, session number 4 is probably going to be better. Session number 5 is, by the way, it's really reliable like that, like really freaking reliable. If you want sex to get better every time you have it, just don't come. Is it that easy? Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Now, I couldn't have told you that on the other side of it. I can tell you that on this side. Because if I were just working with somebody for like 5 minutes, I could have sex, do whatever you need to do, just don't come. And like a week later, just have sex again, just don't come. Just whatever you have to just stop. You will eventually train yourself to be able to go as long as you. Eventually, you will. If you have access.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And the different sensations that start to flow through your body will be there. There are a bunch of different teachers inside. So the good teachers are simply helping you to focus awareness on your body, and your body has all these signals. It's really a very refined mechanism. And you operate it from the inside. Now, the way that Tantra is most often practiced looks very much like Karezza, much of the time. Until you want to get into the fancy. And do you also have a job at Cirque du Soleil? Because some of the fancy from the Tantra, like the people that have jobs at Cirque du Soleil, they could do it, right? Like that's who can do that. Because some of the fancy Tantra, difficult. The energetic dimension, the like difficult, complicated, elaborate. Karezza said, okay, it's a bit much because those white New Englanders to become veritable acrobats and meditating wizards and yogis and all of this before we can have sex without coming. How about we just try really gentle sex and nobody comes? Fuck, that kind of works. Okay, let's do some more. And what they discovered was very simply, especially in the marriage, because they were oriented around marriage, very much their orientation was marital. What they discovered was that people fell in love with each other more and more deeply with the same partner. And the satisfaction with the same partner would increase markedly. This is one of the things that people don't expect. And it happens like, that's really, really good. It's fucking amazing. Why? I don't know. It just is. It's amazing. It's really good. And it seems to just get better and better and better. And this is, of course, what the tantric people knew as well. It's just the Karezza folks, they wanted a minimum available dose.
Yeah.
And
making it simple.
So challenging. They said, do we really need to do that to get this result we're looking for? The answer was no, we didn't have to.
Yeah. It makes sense. And the nice thing about, the time we're living in and we're learning this stuff is that all of these options are open to us, right?
Right.
So we can, you can have just non-ejaculatory and also non-orgasm loving kind of sex like that
Yes.
as much as you want. But then next time you can have non-ejaculatory orgasms if you want. And then you can have an ejaculation if you want. And like you're saying, that building up, that sexual energy, you're keeping it the whole time. So even if you do decide one time you want to have an ejaculation orgasm, you're going to have so much energy built up at that point because you've done all these other things and you've had such a variety of experience. It's not just, one thing like we are talking before. It's all these different spices, all these different ways of experiencing sex that are now open to you. And I find that exciting too. I'm so glad you described it the way you did, because it makes a whole lot of sense that you're accomplishing sort of a similar goal, but it's simpler, and it is focused more on this connecting and kind of loving experience. I could see that being a real great option to explore. So
Especially for couples. Especially
for couples,
really want
especially
to
for couples.
optimize their marriage and use sex to make their marriage better.
Yes.
This is where the Karezza philosophy is expert and specific, because that was their initial goal. They actually started from that place. How can we make marriages happier? Right. So they had that value system ostensibly as kind of like most of the other white people in New England in the 18th century would have told you that they valued a happy marriage, right? So if you think about some tantric practitioner 4,000 years ago in a cave with his like 17 consorts, and then it was like, what the, okay, we don't really relate. Like we ain't gonna, but some of those rituals, you need all the consorts to even do the ritual. Like this one's chakra to that one's chakra to this, and you can do amazing things. Not kidding with like the Darth Vader lightning orgasm stuff. Like there's, but the nigger's like, okay, we want a happy marriage. How about that? We do sex for that. And so they were very grateful for the history of sexuality, which they were aware of.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to take what was useful
to them.
Americans are smart like that, and I really, really, really like it because of that. Now, what I will say to kind of balance out my own like gratitude, what I've learned is this: if I had approached Karezza initially, there would be no dice. It would just not have happened.
That's a great point. Talk to that real quick, because that was at the end of your journey, not the beginning of your journey.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So if somebody had just told me, hey, your solution has never come ever again, I'd be like, fuck you very much. Right? So
I think most people would. Yeah. Most men anyway.
The first thing they were going to sell me was, you can orgasm and not ejaculate? It's like, okay, now I have to know more. Tell me more. Now I will change my life to know more. I will do whatever I have to do to know more. I must know more. Tell me more. Now, it turns out that Karezza was the best news ever, as I shared. But Tantra is a few things besides being very well developed, very large system. It also has complexity, and it's difficult. In that sense, it's a lot like classical music. In fact, my teacher, who, as I mentioned, had been a professional musician before she became a professional tantrika, was not playing the ukulele at a coffee shop. She was one of the best classical clarinet players in the world, who also had a PhD in musicology, was multilingual, and had written her doctoral thesis in musicology at the University of California, doing a multilingual analysis, collaborating with a living composer about his own work. What we're talking about is an incredibly smart and cultivated person. Incredibly smart and cultivated. So then she became a tantrika. And the complicated, difficult, you must give your life to it from the age of 3 if you're going to be a good sort of classical music vibe, perfectly translated over to Tantra. I mean, just perfectly, because it's very classical.
Because all the complexity and
It's very difficult. And before you really are going to be in a Tantra class that's really sexual at all, they're going to vet you for your flexibility, like yogic style flexibility. Like, how good a yogi are you?
mm-hmm.
I want to know how good a meditator you are. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Really, 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 really deep. It's a full religious process with many religious practices that have to integrate and then they come together in a sexual domain, which could be solo, could be partnered, could be group, could be permutations. So all of this rich classical development, I am a musician. I've devoted myself to music from the time I was a very small boy. Been brought up doing classical music, also a jazz musician. I also do ancient music. I also do avant-garde music. I'm a hard in this. I'm a deep cat. This is bland. In other words, the refined, difficult, deep, complicated, rich, ancient tapestry of Tantra, which is very much a religious exploration, was fascinating to me and rewarding and challenging. It's freaking difficult. You know, Montauk, she has like, okay, inhale the energy up the spine and then release it down the front. This Tantra class I was doing was just a microcosmic orbit. I don't remember if it had 19 turns or 92 turns or 34 turns, or if this one had 37 turns and then this other way to do it had 19. And then I took the introductory weekend, and they take a whole weekend to teach you how to do a single transmutation breath, but it's a cobra transmutation breath, which is different on the up than it is on the down. The things you're doing in the lower body and the upper body are different. And then the second phase is much more refined and complicated. And you make the energy's making U-turns and you're driving it inside of your body while you're physically erect. It's fucking complicated, man. It's a lot going on. You know what I mean? But
it is.
The boy of me was feeling like, hey, I want to have some like really good, satisfying sex with a pretty girl. How about that?
Right.
And Karezza just said, oh, we can just like shortcut. But the tantric practice, the tantric challenge, the tantric complexity was fantastic for me because it exercised me, it trained me. It made me have to learn things that are hard and difficult and complicated, require memorization and repetition and daily practice, like music, actually. And then when Karezza said, here's the lead sheet, improvise, I'm like, fuck, I can improvise the heck out of that tune now, like a jazz musician does off of a score, because he has all this musical knowledge at an intuitive level, and then he improvises it into a musical reality on the spot. So for me, Karezza is kind of like Tantra jazz, if you will. And I can do what I need to at the moment.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's not all these rules, right? It's not the same kind. It's much simpler, so it's easier to kind of play around with.
Yes.
I would say, though, that I can see what you're saying, right? But by the same token, so this is the main reason I created Forever Man Formula. So I have a lot of guys that have premature ejaculation, but really getting them to the non-ejaculatory orgasms, because that was a game changer for me, because once again, you don't have to give that up. You know what I mean? It's like you still get all that sexual satisfaction, but you don't spill your seed. So what I've been attempting to do with this course is to take some of these more complicated things and just trying to simple them down, make it more simpler system that doesn't require all the ritualistic stuff of the Tantra, but you still get the non-ejaculatory orgasms, which aren't in the Karezza. So at least that's what I'm trying to accomplish here, right? It is.
So say that again. You were actually trying to, for yourself? Say that again, what you're trying to accomplish.
Right. Well, for myself, I've accomplished it, but I'm putting it into a course now, right? So this is part of this course. When I'm having this interview with you, is what they did with what the Karezza people were trying to do to simplify. I'm trying to do the same thing, except with non-ejaculatory orgasms.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
To where it doesn't require all this, like you said, 37 turns on one particular thing. You got to remember all this stuff, maybe worshiping a couple of different deities here and there. I mean, stuff that the normal person's, like a Westerner is not going to do.
Forget about
right? And even stuff like the multi-orgasmic man with Montauk Chia. I love his stuff, but even that stuff can get, I think, overly complicated versus what really, like, if you simplify it down to its essence, you can get the result, right? And that's really what I'm trying to do here. This, what they were doing with Karezza, I'm trying to do the same with non-ejaculatory orgasms.
it. Yeah.
So with that, one of the main struggles I have is getting people to feel the energy and move the energy. So let me ask you this. So with that in mind, since you're familiar with doing all that, what are some tips you can give guys in terms of techniques they can use that are pretty simple but
Yeah.
effective in achieving those results?
So I'll give you some backstory. I told you I was a musician,
Yes.
which is true. That's core to my identity and activity since I was very, very, very young. But when I was a child, I also became fascinated with healing, specifically hands-on energy healing. So I was just obsessed with hands-on energy healing by the time I was a teenager, in fact. And one of my brothers also became obsessed. He was much younger than I was, and younger children just had boundless enthusiasm. He said, "Let me show you something. Come in the bathroom. I'll show you something." Because this bathroom, we could get it super dark because we closed the shades and it was in the center of the house. He said, "Watch." We got the bathroom super dark, and I could see the energy between his hands in the dark room. He said, "Look at that. We're going to have our energy healing business." He forgot about that. I didn't really forget about that. I studied energy healing very deeply in multiple schools, multiple modalities. I also studied massage, but not as intensively, just a little bit of massage study. But I really went deep into hands-on energy healing. That's using your hands and the flow of energy for the purposes of healing, whatever it needs to be, whether it's physical, emotional, mental. Now, that made me become progressively more receptive to and sensitive to energy.
Mm-hmm.
That helps an enormous amount in sex. In lovemaking,
Yes.
we need to be able to feel with great subtlety. So I suspect the breakdown for a lot of men is simply their lack of sensitivity, their lack of ability to feel. And I will give some credit here to the Karezza people where credit is due. They have some exercises to develop this sensitivity progressively for couples. And the Tantra folks, on the other hand, of course, have the smorgasbord is so vast and so wide. They also have tantric healing. They have their own energy healing schools. That means it just goes on and on and on and on. But I got very, very, very deep in energy healing. So my ability to feel and flow energy is very refined. I've trained practitioners, like on an international level when it comes to that kind of work. So in the sexual domain, we really are working with energy primarily, predominantly, working directly with sexual energy. And the access to that is sensuality. Now, people may not know that they could do energy healing. I could actually teach anybody to do energy healing, literally anybody, in 5 minutes. I can take somebody in 5 minutes and have you, not kidding, have you be doing world-class healing work if you're willing in under 10 minutes, generally speaking. I've done that before. One time I was in the hospital, I was in the emergency room because I was in a bad. You would not have recognized me. People couldn't recognize me. The accent was that bad. You looked at my face and not know who I was. It was very bad.
Okay.
My girlfriend was in the emergency room in 5 minutes, barely being able to speak. I trained her to be as good as I was as an energy, and she fucking was. Like, you're made to do this. This is not just you, not just me, not just her. This is that we're able to flow energy for whatever purpose we need. It's part of you, just as you are. However, to be conscious of it is another matter. So the access to it is generally very available through sensuality. If you think about that as prior to, shall we say, sexual arousal, to overt sexuality, sensuality. And that feeling, the essential feeling, It's a feeling of energy, movement of energy is what it is. The sensation, if you're having a sensation, you are experiencing energy moving. That is what a sensation is. You might be experiencing where the energy stopped moving. That's when you're feeling it. Depending upon what's going on, you can sense on different levels, but this does take practice. So, fully clothed, body to body cuddling is a very good way to start this for couples. So, nobody's naked, not even making out, we're spooning, let's say. So, we're facing the same direction. Maybe let's say I'm behind her, cuddling her so that my arms are able to caress between her breasts, maybe cradling her head with my left arm, maybe touching her heart with my right arm, depending upon what's comfortable. Or maybe I have one hand on her hips and the other around her neck and the left hand resting over her. And just let the body settle in. Find a comfortable pace of breathing so our breathing is now relaxed and together. And then we're just going to be there and feel each other and touch each other and enjoy the sensation of touching each other with clothes on for at least 2 hours. And that's the exercise. It does need to take 2 hours. You're not allowed to leave before 2 hours. And you do have to touch each other the whole time, and you can't take your clothes off. And you do have to stay full contact. It's not like, that we're talking about all
like
of the
literally
contact,
spoons, right? Spoons together.
completely in contact for the full 2 hours. It's sensual. What's going to happen is the energy flow is going to increase markedly. It happens naturally. Also, the couple's ability to feel that energy flow is going to increase, especially if they do it every day. For a married couple, for many of them, I would give this as an exercise to do every day for some time. So they're allowed to have sex if they want to anytime, but they're required to cuddle for 2 hours a day. They can't not do that. What happens is very quickly they're having really good sex, but the cuddling taught them something that they didn't notice in the sex. Because the sex pleasure was so strong and so kind of snappy in front of their attention, it kept them from feeling all the subtlety of the energy flow.
Yeah.
Which meant they couldn't actually manage the sexual energy skillfully. Right? Like the sexual energy is kind of using them. Usually looks like some version of like she's horny and frustrated and he's like half satisfied and a little bit annoyed. It's like partial satisfaction. I see a lot of couples, they're obviously having sex, where I can just look at them and say, oh, they're clearly having sex and it's so. Not that great. Within 2 weeks, we could make it really, really great. And it turns out that non-sexual touch is where you start to get the education. The committed sensual is very, very, very sensual, very committed, even ritualistic. But in the touch, the energy sensitivity just develops. Kind of like if you're a chef, you actually develop a more refined palate by practicing all that.
100%. I'll talk to that real quick because I am a massage therapist. I started off as a massage therapist back in the late 80s, right? And I did that for a full decade, and then I became a physical therapist. But I can say from experience for sure that when you give massages, you really start tuning into these real subtle things. You start being able to feel fascia release, right? You start to be able to feel certain things in the tissue that you wouldn't. It's almost like your fingers become eyes in a way, seeing things for you as you're moving through and feeling energy coming off of them into you, and you're almost like a communication going on. So I think it was in either module 6 or 7, or maybe it was 8. I don't remember, the Forever Man formula. I talk about massaging. I didn't talk about this particular aspect of it, but that's another great way to build up your capacity to feel more subtle energy and be able to tune in more is through massage.
Yeah.
So, yes, I appreciate
I
you
was
bringing
gonna,
that up.
just like a little sideline nutshell, if a man, like you or like me, is really, really, really into this, if you just want to become as skillful as you possibly can, then study massage or energy healing or both. Because it's never not gonna be useful. It's never a point where you're like, well, that wasn't useful. No, it's gonna be useful every day of your life, for sure.
It's true.
And in the sexual experience, a man who can give a great massage versus one who can't. I mean, hello, ladies. It's not,
Yeah.
they're going to be
It
pretty good.
certainly helped me.
Right. I can only imagine the places that you've been able literally to get in when other men like they wouldn't have had any of the actual skill required to make the connection you could make. Sure of that.
Yep, 100%. This is great. This is great. I could speak to you all day. We could speak all day. But I'm going to start moving into some questions now because I want to
Sure.
make sure that we actually get, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, go for it. I'm all
Okay,
up.
great.
Love it.
And anyone who's attending live, I see some of these here. I'm going to get to some of these in a minute. But if you have questions, feel free to put them in here live. But I did have some that were posted, on the inner circle. So one of the questions I have here is one of the gentlemen's really interested in like your eating style. Like, what are you eating? Are you taking any supplements or herbs that are helping you in terms of your sexual performance?
Love it. Love it. Well, we were saying earlier that this is really properly, this is a holistic conversation,
Mm-hmm.
which means it takes everything into account. Obviously, food is a big part of being alive in a body. So that's a wonderful question. And
They also asked about lack of food, like fasting. Just to let you know, that's in there too.
Great. I'm so glad you mentioned that clarification because that's important to me. The relationship I've had with food has been pretty cultivated in my life. I've been blessed in that I was born into a family where we were forced to try all kinds of food from a very young age, whether we wanted to or not.
You were forced to what? I'm sorry?
To eat all kinds of food.
Good. A
From a
wide variety.
very young age.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we wanted to try it or not. And I mean like ethnic foods, hardcore, like whatever mom said you're trying, period. So things that most children would not have contemplated eating, I ate. And because I did have a very experienced palate by the time I was quite young, I developed some subtlety around food. And I also had this desire to optimize as a part of my being from a very early age. My mother had all kinds of books on nutrition on her shelves. She didn't tell me to read them or not. I just read them because they were there to read. I was hungry for knowledge. So, as a teenager, when I read books on nutrition, I first radically explored veganism. So I radically explored that. I think I was a vegan for about 4 years, 3 or 4 years strictly. Tried being a raw vegan. I've been a strict carnivore. I have eaten a very, very clean ketogenic diet. I've eaten a vegetarian diet. And I've also done a great deal of fasting of many different kinds. There's water fasting, there's juice fasting, there's total fasting, which is no food, no water. And then there's 1 meal a day or time restricted eating. I've done all these things in all the permutations with a lot of time devoted to this experiment, right? So I've done a lot of work to discover what works for me and doesn't in the realm of eating and drinking and fasting. And now I have a sort of set of go-tos, and fasting is really the core, the mainstay of my dietary life, which sounds odd to say that fasting is the core of my dietary life. But when I'm not eating is the most important time for my diet, if you will. So I do a lot of fasting, but I love food and I prefer fresh and clean. This is the most important things of food, generally speaking, is the quality.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So if you're talking about just any food at all, whatever food you happen to like, if that food is full of artificial preservatives, that have been added, they were not found in nature. They didn't grow that way. They weren't raised that way. This was something that had to be added chemically after the fact. And there's a lot of that in food today, which generally weakens and poisons people. So the most important thing I could say about nutrition is clean food. That's the most important thing. Another rubric that's very easy to follow if you're willing, because it's simple, but it's not always practical for folks, but it is easy if you're willing, is local.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can eat clean and you can eat local, now you're probably going to be forced to add seasonal because local is seasonal, generally speaking, right?
Traditionally, yeah.
So for a while, I had the blessed experience. This is really, 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 really cool experience. And I know it's not available to everybody. I'm just going to share it because it's worth experiencing if you can. For a while, I lived in North Florida, and I had proximity to family farms. I even had proximity to a family-owned spring water company. This family had its own spring, and they would deliver the water to my door in glass bottles. So for a while, I want to say for a couple years-ish, I was eating 100% local food, and I was even drinking 100% local water.
Mm.
I know what the minerals in North Florida taste like. In Italy, they have an expression that Americans don't understand. You'll see it on billboards in some of the parts of Italy that are famous for food tourism. Taste our dirt. I'm sure it's prettier in Italian. I know
Oh.
exactly what they mean. I know exactly
Mm-hmm.
what they mean. Because I was eating exclusively, by the way, I was not a vegetarian of any kind. We're talking about produce, animal products, eggs, the whole nine yards, all the foods you could get, but all
Fungi.
there,
Mm-hmm.
like less than 100 miles from where my head was sleeping at night. Water, too. I know exactly what the minerals in North Florida taste like because that's what makes the food taste like what it tastes like.
Mm.
And it has a
Mm-hmm.
very specific, sort of earthy, the metallic nuttiness is like really toothsome and delicious, and it's behind all the food. All the food feels like it's connected to each other, but pork still tastes like pork, and eggs and chicken still taste like eggs and chicken. But it all has the minerals of that particular soil in it, and the spring water does too, because it's from the. And I felt this connection literally to the earth, and a gustatory pleasure that is very difficult to put into words because we think of things like, okay, Michelin star restaurant, yummy. And then there's just like, the lady killed the chicken this morning and she brought it to my house this afternoon and I put it in a pan with some salt and pepper and butter. And it was the best thing I ever had. Because the chicken was running around this morning and now I'm eating it like a few hours later. And that chicken was able to live the way chickens should live on the same dirt where I live. So me and the chicken are sharing the dirt. The chicken's going to shit, which is going to make my strawberries taste better in the same dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And this all gets translated through my taste buds. And I feel like I'm a part of the environment. The environment supports me. I can show love to the farmers because I give them my money. They really like that because then they get to stay alive. I get to get food and then I get to stay alive. Really good deal. I stay alive, they stay alive. I have yummy food. They have more money for their kids, whatever they need. And it was so satisfying. So if I could give sort of culinary or dietary perspective, I would say that's sort of an ideal. Not everybody can construct that. But it's worth a try that local seasonal clean. Is best.
Mm-hmm.
And within that, you can explore different philosophies at your pleasure, whether it's veganism or being carnivore, anything. But the quality of the food is not something that I feel like we can ignore. I think we have to pay attention to quality. And
I couldn't agree more.
try the
Yep.
best. That's been helpful for me.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to my philosophy. So if I'm understanding you correctly, it is basically a wide variety of foods, right? Plants, animals, fungi that are good quality, right? Good quality food, real food, not fake food. and combined with some fasting and probably adequate hydration, I would imagine.
I think that's a good rubric for most folks.
Mm-hmm.
And I've explored like into the weeds. You know, I know the algebra equation that you can do to find out if what's on your plate right now is precisely ketogenic and to what degree. There's algebra for that. They figured it out in the 1930s. They know it off the top of my head. I can just do it. Plug in the y form. We'll know exactly what your ketones are going to be like after you eat because we can do the math before. Like getting into the weeds with it, if it calls to you, is a good idea. It's helpful. I'm not saying anybody has to get into a thing he's interested in. Because I really love food, I'm a young child, always loved food. I wanted to understand what it was doing to me, what I could do to the food that might improve my life. And then I wanted to explore the rabbit hole. So somebody said veganism is going to transform. I'm like, well, let me give 4 years to it. Let's find out. It was a crazy 16-year-old. Why not? And not every experiment turned out as the optimal solution to my life. But I learned something. I'll give you one fun story. This is really fun because I really think that experimentation in the laboratory of your body, I really think that that's the basis of science for a responsible scientist. And if we're irresponsible scientists, just whatever you do. But if you're responsible, it should be the laboratory of your own body. We'll find out if you're truthful, you know? And if you're still alive and you told the truth, it's probably going to work for us too. So I read somewhere, it was Vince, Vince Uranda, the famous bodybuilder. You heard of him?
I'm not sure.
He ran
I'd have to see a picture.
The very famous Venice Beach Gold's gym, if I remember correctly. He ran that gym. That was his gym, if I remember correctly.
Oh,
like where Schwarzenegger trained, like
yeah.
His own gym. By the way, he also decided how you could train in the gym. If you were training in a way that Vince didn't like, he would just kick you out of the gym, just right there. Just Arnie, I told you not to squat like that. Like goodbye now. Forever. Arnie was there because he trained the way Vince said to. Vince was an unusual dude. Fitness back in those days had not been commercialized. It was not ubiquitous. It was not considered everybody's right to go to a gym and lift. They were very private spaces. Vince owned the gym. He had a philosophy. You would respect it or you'd be kicked out. That was how it is. And he also was really interested in nutrition because he wanted these beautiful aesthetic physiques. He was all about beauty, not merely strength, but beauty. They're bodybuilders, so it's aesthetics. Vince was a reader into the medical literature. If he could find out some little nutritional hack, he would be happy to read thousands of pages if he learned one little thing that can improve his physique. So he found a study from many years ago on burn victims. I actually looked it up too. And what these doctors wanted to find out is if there was a way to effectively give a burn victim a steroid cycle without giving the burn victim a steroid cycle, which there might be reasons for. There might be reasons you couldn't give a certain patient steroids. But the steroids might help them heal. So what do? They figured something out. The docs, way back. And Vince just looked it up and implemented it. So they discovered that if a patient ate 36 farm fresh, raw fertile eggs every day for 6 weeks, that's the equivalent of a steroid cycle. So it is
36 eggs a day.
36 raw, fertile, farm fresh eggs, 36 eggs every day for 6 weeks.
How did they come up with that number? I mean, and that's a lot of eggs, man.
They did the math. They did the math, and the doctors got phenomenal results. They actually patients recovering like they were on steroids without giving them any steroids.
Wow.
Vince Uranda said, "That's cool. I'm not a burn victim, but I want a farm fresh steroid cycle, please." So he implemented that and he taught it. So I read that because I was interested in the history of bodybuilding, and I said, I'm going to do the Vince Uranda 36 eggs a day for 6 weeks thing. People that sell eggs in the center of the city were really confused as to how one man could buy that many eggs. Because I went there every day and bought 36 eggs, or, every other day and whatever. But I was eating 36 eggs a day. So that is an experiment that you could read about in a book. But then I did it with 36 raw, fertile, farm fresh eggs in my own body every single day for 6 weeks. And I did get up very much like doing a low-level steroid cycle. I wouldn't know that except that I did it. So I recommend
Yes.
find out about a thing that kind of speaks to you and try it. Find somebody who's got some chops. Like Vince Agranda's got some chops. He's got some results. All these classic hero bodybuilders said, yeah, Vince is the man. He owns the gym. He do what he says. He wasn't famous on stage like Arnold and Frank and all those dudes. He owned the gym, but he knew this stuff. So, okay, Vince said try. But I tried. It was amazing. I've always had that approach to diet. Like, okay, read about it, but try something and tell me what happens. That takes time.
Right.
So I recommend that, especially for men who want to improve, whether it's sexually or holistically. See if you can improve the way you use food, and that seems to help. And fasting is a different conversation, but it's been as important or more important than food for me. So that one can go pretty deep. I don't know how many people want to go down the fasting rabbit hole, but I do fasting, and it's super important for me. So
And what is your cycling with fasting? What do you do?
I give you my optimal, and then sometimes an asshole. So I'm back onto my regimen. So here's that. Now, I didn't make this up. I learned this, and this is not the first thing I learned in fasting. So I've been studying fasting since I was quite young. I started studying it, like reading books about it and practicing it. This is in my late teens, early 20s. I started out with the Master Cleanser from Stanley Burroughs. A lot of people have heard of that. It's the lemonade cleanse. The maple syrup, the cayenne pepper, the lemon juice, and the water. That was the first one I did, but it's pretty hardcore to just drink that for 10 days. That's very hardcore for most people.
Yeah.
That was my first introduction to fasting. I learned water fasting, juice fasting, then later in life, total fasting, which is no food, no water. That's the most powerful form of fasting. And the Russian medical literature has extensively studied this, extensively. In the Western medical literature, there's exactly one study that I know of on dry fasting. One. 100% favorable. All the docs said it's amazing, do it. But there's one study. In Russia, there are thousands.
Wow.
I am friends with the woman whose father was the doctor in the Soviet Union that was responsible for all of the most important primary research on dry fasting. So I have his protocol, which was given to me by his daughter. And he says it's optimal for somebody who lives in the world today, acknowledging that the world we live in today is more corrupt and polluted than the world was for our ancestors. Like our ancestors didn't have to deal with Chernobyl, for goodness sakes. It was about 400 years ago. Or whatever those diesel buses are putting into the sky, right as you're driving by. So he says, look, to be optimal in the world today, here's your protocol. This is the one I follow or come back to when I get off of. It ain't no joke, but it's really great if you do it. You're going to feel amazing. And, we can talk about it if you want to do it, but it's going to seem a little hardcore. So 4 big fasts a year. Remember, this is a total fast. This means nothing goes in your mouth. No food, no water, no nothing. 2 5 days. So this is quarterlies. Then there are 2 more quarters. So one of them gets a 7-day and one of them gets a 9-day.
So you got 2 5-day fasts, 1 7 and 1 9.
Correct.
Throughout the year.
Exactly.
Every quarter. One's a quarter.
Those are your quarterlies. Now, if you want to, you can do, 2 7s, a 5, and a 9, or you can skip the 9, do a 7 instead. It's according to your strength. She told me my father would say it's ideal if you can at least do 1 9-day a year. Some people can't do that because it's more willpower. So in that case, then you do, 2 7s and 2 5s. Then you have your monthly. So your monthly is 3 days a month, either 60 or 72 hours. And there's a way using astrology to find out the optimal time of the month for any given person based upon his birthday. That's amazing, by the way. Once you combine the rhythm of in here, the rhythm of the cosmos, particularly if you're retaining your seed, Xander's going to be levitating this time we speak. Yeah. The protocol. So you got your quarterlies, and then you got your 3 days a month. So that's every single month. You got 12 3 days plus your quarterlies. And then you got your weekly protocol. So her father said 36 hours a week. So that was his protocol. I add to it 1 liquid fasting day. So that's my optimal. To recap, it's Wednesdays liquid, Friday 36 hours dry, 3 days dry per month, 2 5 days per year, 170 per year, 190 per year. No food, no water. And you got to know how to get into and out of a total fast, because if you mess that one up, you're going to wish you were dead. So it's good to learn about this one before you just dive into the deep end on dry fasting. This is the other kinds of fasting are a little more forgiving. Your water fasting, for example, and you break your water fast with food that's a little too heavy, oh well, it's not a big deal. Not really a big deal. If you do a long dry fast and you break the long dry fast the wrong way, yeah, that's not a good idea. So if you're going to dry fast, you want to learn about this, but that is one of the things that I practice and teach. So that's been a big asset in my life.
That's great. That's great.
It's easier with a clean diet. Much easier. If you have a dirty diet and you try to do this dry fasting protocol, good luck. Not going to happen. If you have a clean diet, on the other hand, that kind of a fasting protocol is not hard to implement. It really isn't.
Well, great. I appreciate you going into depth on that. I am going to move on here to one of Derek's questions. I wonder if I can. Yeah, it will come up. Good. It's in 3 parts. So let's kind of read through it. So, pelvic rocking seems to help me build up energy to move around. It's not something where I need to do it directly before. It seems like once I've done the pelvic rocking, the energy sticks around with me for many days, especially when combined with semen retention. Sometimes when doing the rocking, I even just suddenly find myself feeling like I love everything and I'm grateful for everything. Do you have any idea why the pelvic rocking does this or what is happening when I do this? So I'm going to open this up to you, but just so everyone has a context, inside the Forever Man formula, I talk about this pelvic rocking as part of something we do called power masturbation. So that's what Derek's referring to. So do you want to speak on to that?
Do you want to just real quick nutshell what is power masturbation so that I get a fuller sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Totally. So power masturbation is a solo practice that where you're working on producing non-ejaculatory orgasms within yourself. You're learning how to do it by yourself. And it combines several different skills, but one of which is this pelvic rocking to help the energy sort of move throughout the body and not get it stuck. And it works on, I do a little bit different. My technique is a little different from Montauk Chia's in that I use a light PC contraction versus a real strong one. And then we move the energy up the spine and we have the non-ejaculatory orgasm. So that's the basics of it.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, Derek, you started studying Tai Chi or Qigong by accident. Happy accident. Good news. So, what movement he's doing there is a very similar movement to one of the mainstay exercises in Qigong. And all of the traditions that understand energy flow in the body understand that it would appear that there are pools or wheels or flows, confluences of energy at different actual physical locations in the body. So in order to optimize those either fields or pools or flows of energy, there are certain physical movements that we can do. And one of the most central Qigong movements is very much like pelvic rocking, except it's done while standing. It can be done in a number of different ways, in fact. But that movement is taking some of the largest energy centers in the body. We call it Dantian in the Chinese system. Big, huge energy reservoir deep in the belly. And then, of course, because you're close to your sacrum as well, there's a very specific activation of the nervous system. It's happening. So one teacher I like talks about your bliss body. In other words, your capacity to be blissful is latent in you physically, it's like real. Just like you can see, there's your finger, it's real. Your blessed body is that real. It's who you are, you can access it. So Derek is tapping into, if you will, his bliss body by some movements which are putting him in awareness of healthy energy flow within himself, which feels good. That it feels good is the signal for that it's good for his health. That's what that signal is. It's saying this is good for you, feels good. If on the other hand he did something and it was painful, he would say, I'm not going to do that anymore, this because that wouldn't be good for him. So this is very, very good news. And I like this kind of experimentation. So you will find, by the way, I've seen this happen. I've been watching little children play, like under 3, even under 2. And I'll see a 4,000-year-old yoga pose and a 2-year-old's just doing it. Mm-hmm. He did not go to a yoga class. He experimented with his body, just like Patanjali experimented with his body and made yoga up. So experimentation with the body, that's how they made up all these things, Qigong, Tai Chi, whatever, yoga. They experiment with their body, find out what they got, and then kind of wrote it down and said, do this, worked. So you found something. I would say maybe explore that. And you can also expand that much further if you like, with your ways.
That's great. That's such a great answer. And he had a follow-up here where he's saying that, wait a minute. It wasn't the right one. Nope, sorry. So sometimes, even without masturbation, when he's doing the pelvic rocking, he'll get similar effects.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So in the case of Derek, he's always having some strong and very beneficial experiences. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much Derek wants to explore that, but if he does, I would just share with him that there's some Qigong exercises that are very, very simple. They're so easy to learn. It's crazy. Compared to Tai Chi, which is on the other hand, freaking complicated. That's the hard stuff. But some of the most important Qigong exercises are so simple. And they will begin to take what he's doing and expand it further and expand it further and expand it further. If you wanted to get into some of the Montauk Chia folks, he has his own Qigong school. Mm-hmm. But there's a teacher that has a virtual course called Spring Forest Qigong. You just do a Google search for that. It's not something I teach, but the Spring Forest Qigong course is very, very competent and also meant to be done alone. So it's simple enough, you can learn it directly. There are probably free materials online now because the course has been sold for so long. And it's a Tai Chi master who said, okay, not everybody can be one-on-one with me to be my student. So could I create a virtual course that would actually get people a really deep impact? And he had some people make the content with him very, very well. So it's quite effective. The Spring Forest Qigong stuff will probably change your life if you. That's right, Spring Forest, correct. Spring Forest Qigong. That's exactly right. And any competent, doesn't have to be that one, but any competent Qigong teacher within an hour or two can show you some very simple exercises you can do every day. They're going to take what you're doing and just keep up leveling it if you like.
It's great. I love it. I love it. He's got another one here. So I also would notice that when I move the energy to my heart, that the energy felt like a mixture of gratitude and excitement. I spoke with a female friend, and she said that was how she experienced sexual pleasure.
Well, now I know I do what I do for a living. So yeah, that's correct. Just I don't know, gold star, A+, what do we say?
Yeah.
Well done. This is what tantric / Karezza lovemaking is like. It's exactly what he's describing. The sensation moved into this one, which felt loving, which moved into my heart, and the girl liked it. So whatever Derek's up to, this is the stuff. And that's
Well, he's going through the Forever Man formula. Yeah, we've been talking every week.
Making it happen. Well done, Derek.
He is. He's doing great. So would you say how he described this? I know you said that's similar to Karezza, but would you say that that's similar in general to how women experience sexual pleasure versus men? Are they more wired towards that experience naturally?
Good question. It's a good question. Especially women that are not with a very large number of partners. when women have a very large number of partners, sometimes they develop more masculine sexual tendencies. I have seen this for sure, especially today. There are a lot of younger ladies with very high body counts. They would be shocked. Really? You're 19 and you have what numbers? But what does tend to happen if women become overly sexualized by too many partners is they tend to have sexual experiences which are typical for men. But what that lady's describing, as I recall, is actually something most women would describe as probably normative, to the point where they might even avoid voicing it. Because it might be so obvious from the feminine perspective that they wouldn't say it out loud. And men would then say, huh, and they know the men are going to say, huh, anyway. So they don't say anything to men. They figure that out. But yes, in my experience, at least from chatting with women, the emotional experience for them seems to of necessity integrate the physical and sensual one. And I think this is actually healthy. In other words, probably people should be including their emotions harmoniously in the sexual sensual pleasure. And in this way, hopefully, if women are more accustomed to this, then they can be our teachers. We can be reminded of that. To allow for the emotional and the sexual to connect inside of us.
Yep. And he's appreciative of this because he feels like sometimes he searches around in the dark. So, getting some feedback that he's on the right track.
Okay, Derek, let me just say something real quick. Thanks for saying that you have felt like you're searching around in the dark, because I know what that feels like. But it turns out you're really onto something. You really are onto something. And the search, the exploration, in my experience, is really noble. This is an important part of our being, to explore our physicality, our sensuality. There are many, many, many ancient books written by some of the wisest men that ever lived that are sex manuals. That's not an accident. And I do think it's weird that, as far as we know, the wisest men in the world today don't write sex manuals anymore. I think I've met some of the wisest men in the world. I think personally, I actually think that. I don't think any of them write sex manuals. Maybe, they do other manuals that are good. But why did we stop this tradition of wise men being masterful at sex? I think it's an important part of what it is to understand ourselves as mankind. So I really appreciate someone like Derek wanting, and like you, Zander, taking this deep. It's an important part of our, if you will, what it is to be one of mankind. This is ancestral wisdom. It's important.
Yes. Interesting. She's probably only this sex. She's only had 2 or 3 partners, not a bunch of partners, like you were saying.
Yep.
So I can see how it would make sense that she is more in tune with those emotions and feelings.
Bang on. Bang on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's great. Let me see. I think I've got. There are some more, but I'm going to answer. We're going to ask this other one. The other one. Well, I'll talk about this in a second. How we're going to handle the other few questions left. But let's look at this one here. Oh, here we go. Now, this is a bigger question, right? And that is this is actually a supplementary video to the Forever Man formula we're doing, and that's what that course is all about, right? So that's why we haven't been going deep into techniques here, is that's what the course is. But I wanted Nathaniel in here because Nathaniel is, not only has he studied this from a Tantra perspective from a young age, the Karezza, he has a lot of experience in this. So I know that's a big question, Nathaniel, but what would you, if you were to say this right off the bat, like if you're going to give like a quick thing on that, what would you say?
It's, we could do obviously a decade deep dive to answer his question. We could also do a couple minutes, and if you practice what I tell you in a couple minutes, Mo, you're going to be able to get this.
Let's do it.
So that's the starting point. You got to know you can get this. I wanted you to pick up on something in this question. You probably did already, Zander. Did you notice the tone? It's like double. Oh my goodness! What I'm vibing on, And this is because sex is very vibey. I'm vibing on overwhelm. Is this possible? Can I really do that? Okay, so Mo, you're going to get this, man.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to imagine for a moment, speaking to Mo and anybody else out there who wants to do this, you can just do this mind exercise. We're actually going to use our minds now. They do this in Tantra sometimes. They have very elaborate ways, super elaborate ways. We're not going to do a Tantra way, but they do mind exercises in order to learn things and to see how things work to integrate to the body. So I just want you to imagine a scale that's like a ladder or like a ruler. But I want you to make it big enough in your mind so that if you stand next to it, it's as tall as you are or taller. So if you can picture that, you're standing there you are, there's the ladder, it's as tall as you are or taller. And just mentally divide up the ladder into 3 chunks. So you have 1, 2, 3, 3 tiers ladder. The top tier, middle tier, bottom tier. Now, I want you to think of that ladder as a ladder of pleasure. So the top of the ladder is you squirting sperm out of your penis with an ejaculatory orgasm. At the very bottom of the ladder, we're not even on the ladder, you're a corpse. I don't mean you're taking a nap, I mean you're a corpse. You're a corpse, you're coming, corpse coming. Okay, so in between corpse and ejaculation, we've got a range of pleasure. Now, in order to enjoy sex for as long as you would like, just think of the top third of that ladder is off limits for now. Just think about it like that. So I'm not literally saying do or don't do anything. You use your mind here. So picture the top third of the ladder and say, okay, we're not allowed to go there. We're not going there. We're not doing the top third of the ladder. Bottom 2/3, however, is still a lot of ladder. So what you're going to do is explore what's in the bottom 2/3 of the ladder. If you do something which has you feel something that you suspect that's top third of the ladder type feeling, stop doing that or slow that down, as the case may be. Sometimes you will actually have to stop something in order to avoid ejaculation, depending upon your sensitivity. Other times you just have to slow that same activity down. Right. Same thing with women. In this case, men and women are very, very similar. You just have to perceive it's causing the pleasure, be able to back off the cause or the stimulation behind the pleasure. So you're staying in those first 2/3. We can stay off the ground. You're not a corpse, we know that. But stay in the first 2/3 of the ladder. And remember, we're not trying to keep from coming. We're just saying stay away from the top third of the ladder, right? So I was driving a semi-truck, and I was driving on a road, and that road is on the edge of a cliff. If I have the focus, don't drive off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Any good truck driver likes to tell you this. That is the wrong focus.
Yes.
It's not how you drive safely. It's not how you do it. What they do is they focus on the directionality proper to their trajectory, to their safe trajectory. If he's actually focusing over and over and over and over neurotically on the don't fall off the cliff, don't fall off the cliff, it makes the body, because it's saying cliff, 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 go.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't put the attention where you don't want it to go, right? So you're saying, how do I not ejaculate? So, okay, forget about that. The whole top third, we're just not going there. It's just an exercise. Just you can obviously ejaculate if you want to ejaculate. It's up to you. But if your goal is to explore this prior to non-ejaculatory space, then just say that top third and just stay away. Accidentally tap into it, you just get back off, just break it. And then you'll find out it so happens that 2/3 is much larger than you thought it was. The ladder is not really 6 feet tall. It's not like 10 feet tall. It's like 100 feet tall. It's more like 1,000 feet tall. You realize, oh, that 2/3 that I can explore comfortably and not ejaculate, enormous territory. It's really fun too. And it seems to get bigger every time I go there. So that's kind of the mentality. And then you have to just pay really close attention to your body. You know? Because if you don't notice, you can come because I just wasn't paying attention. So then you ejaculate because you pay attention. As long as you pay attention, just stay in that bottom 2/3 and just see how that goes. And report back, let Xander know how you're doing.
Yeah, I love it. That's great, simple, practical advice. And I love the way you talk about focus and the fact that you're focusing on what you can explore, right? Versus trying to focus on what you're trying to avoid. And I love the analogy of the truck drivers and them trying to avoid going off a cliff. By the way, when I moved to Colorado, I live in Colorado, I used to have nightmares about driving off of these because, we got amazing roads with no guardrails over here where you could definitely
Yep.
do that. But it reminds me of a study they did. Well, it was actually, they were trying to figure something out. And that was, they got these statistics in, these driving statistics, and it didn't make any sense. What they were seeing is that there was way more people running into telephone poles than there should be because there's way more distance between these poles. And statistically, it just didn't make sense. Why, if we do the math,
Yes.
this is way more than it should be. So what is going on? So what they did is how they ended up solving the problem is they interviewed the people that survived the crashes. And what they found was what was happening is that when people they were losing control of their vehicle. And when they lost control of their vehicle, what was in their mind was, whatever I do, I can't hit that telephone pole. And once again, the telephone pole was in their focus. So that's exactly what they went toward. Versus, I got to shoot for that empty space.
Right.
That's a different focus right now. Now we focus on missing the telephone pole because they're focusing on the empty space versus I can't hit the telephone pole. And they ended up hitting the telephone pole. Yeah.
The really remarkable experience, which I cannot help but wish for all who are open to it, is that 2/3 of the ladder we're describing as the bottom 2/3 of the ladder. It's an infinite territory. It really is an infinite territory. And when you start to explore that territory is when you discover that it is actually an infinite territory. I hope you find a lady who likes to have sex a lot, because you'll want to do a lot of that if you explore that territory, and you'll discover the territory is so rich and so varied and so expansive that you could spend the rest of your life exploring that territory and to not explore all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So the other thing is it becomes more familiar and joyful with practice as well.
He has a follow-up here. So let me bring that up. I have tried that before. I climb my ladder for around 10 minutes, but can't seem to last longer than that.
Yeah, so what that means is that there's a point within your attention that you're comfortable with, time-wise, and then beyond that point, you're not. Years ago, I had a really good piano teacher. His name was Joe, but Joe was a brilliant pianist, truly a brilliant musician, a great musician, actually. But he wanted me to study with his teacher, at least for a short time. His teacher was a very old Japanese lady. His name was Aiko. And she's probably dead now. Very, very tall Japanese lady who lived alone and was very quiet. And Aiko had the presence of an empress. And the quality of her attention was so refined that, I'm not kidding, this is the quality of her attention. If you stepped into her presence, you would not dare speak. I'm not kidding. Her presence is that strong. If you opened this lady's door and looked at her, you would not say a word. That's how her presence feels. It's very, very, very strong. It's because she's listening so carefully all the time to every single sound. I remember I sat down at the piano to play the first bars of the music, the opening phrase of this Bach partita in C minor I was working on your piano. Even coming into the house was, I mean, this is a very remarkable lady. She's the trip and a half. I was tripped out before I got to the keyboard. The lady's not easy to be around, but she's make you a better musician. As I played the piano for the first time in front of her, I could hear everything that I was doing that I liked and didn't like, almost uncomfortably so. And then she stopped me, which I wasn't surprised by. And she asked a question, which was something like, why did you amplify this particular note, that particular chord, that particular beat more than that note? Why did you do that? You just did that. Why did you do that? I had no idea. I just played it like that. You should never play a piece of music not knowing why you're playing it like that. Didn't raise her voice at all. This woman was like silence in a person. I know a world famous concert pianist who was terrified of her, absolutely terrified. It's because her listening was so profound. By sitting in her house, I got better at listening because she's always listening just constantly. Well, she taught me something about attention, which is that most people, by the way, this includes concert pianists, even world-class ones, most people cannot keep maximum concentration for beyond 45 minutes without a break. That's most people. Now, that's most people who are very cultivated, very focused, highly trained and expert in their field. She's not saying John Q. Public layman can focus on anything, no matter what. She's saying that's what the best of the best can be counted on for on a daily basis, right? In other words, that's not a low benchmark, it's a high benchmark. 45 minutes of total focus concentration inside of which you are fully cognizant. Now, especially as I remember the musician I was then, late teens, early 20s, to the musician she was, to hopefully the musician I've become, like, goodness gracious. There were things that I couldn't hear at all that were like as obvious to her as the nose on my face, because her listening was fine.
Like the snow and ice with the Eskimos.
Same, exactly. The 45 minutes that she could bring to something versus the 45 minutes I could bring to that same something, her 45 minutes was going to be way more sensitive and attuned. Okay, so let's say you got 10 minutes within the sex exploration or domain. For whatever reason, you can do 10 minutes of being there, noticing what's happening. Some people call that being present. You're about up to that. Now, clearly something's happening, which is making you ejaculate. If you were there with me, I would ask you know what it is. Zander and I know it's an involuntary contraction of your pelvic floor, right? Involuntary being the key word. Obviously, if it was voluntary, you would just not do it, because you're not right now slapping yourself in the face and asking me to help you to stop slapping yourself in the face, right? That would be a voluntary action. So the question is, how do you get control over that which is presently involuntary? The answer is simple. Not easy, but it's simple. It's attention. You must bring attention to what is now involuntary, transform it into what is voluntary. And in a sexual situation, when it feels like life or death because you want to procreate, because all your ancestors are like, just get somebody pregnant so there'll be more people, because we were all fuck ups. You're probably a fuck up also, so give somebody else a fucking chance. Fucking under that bitch and pop out a person. That's what's making you come. You want to know what's making you come? That's what's making you come. It's not just you can't last for 10 minutes. So your ancestors said there should be more people because most of us suck. Maybe you're going to make a baby that's going to fix the world. So knock her up. That's why you're coming. All right, so to not listen to the advice of all your ancestors that just want everybody to do okay, and more people is, hey, maybe that person is going to cure that disease, and This one's going to come up with a better banking system, and that one's going to be a really, really great senator who's going to transfer, right? So the truth is, people actually do make the world a better place. Sex makes people. So I want you to get, like, when you're coming in a sexual situation, you're not a failure. You're a person who's like up to making people, which is really how we take care of the world. But if you want to do something other than shoot your sperm, you're going to have to pay attention in a new way. In your case, it just means whatever happens, say maybe minute 7.5 rather than going to 10. Think about minute 7.5, minute 8. So you still got a couple minutes of attention left. Just notice what's happening. Some sort of stimulation is happening. Then you're losing track of your body's involuntary response to that stimulation, right? So if a girl were to come here right now and she started skillfully playing with my penis, I would feel something. That I feel those sensations is involuntary. I'm just going to feel it if that's what's happening. But I could then take an action based upon what I feel if I wanted to. If I wanted to retain my seed, I could tell her, not as fast or whatever it is. Pause for a moment, whatever is necessary, simply to interrupt that stimulation. When you interrupt the stimulation, bring attention to the physical place, wherever you're feeling what you're feeling, and expand it to the whole body. Probably you're hyper-focusing on the genital region. Bounce. Feel your whole body included. That really does help a lot. Then you're going to find your attention will let you manage the situation. You're the one with the eyes on the road. I'm not there in your body the way that you're there in your body. But you do have to pay attention to what's on the road, right? Like if we put you in a Formula One cockpit, you're not going to get the results the Formula One drivers do, because they literally see and perceive in ways that you cannot yet. So we got to make you that Formula One driver. It's a transformation of attention. You got the Formula One machine. That's your body. That's good. But it's the attentiveness. So slow down. Notice what's happening. And it's actually not difficult once you start noticing. It's not difficult at all, but it will take some practice to let your attention just gently find its way into your body. This is going to be good for your health also. Really good for your health. You'll be a healthier man for the practice, but be patient with yourself and take it easy.
100%. Man, great answer. I'll add a couple of things to that. So first of all, bringing that attention to various things, like these various skills, like being able to see stuff out of that cockpit because you're skilled at that, or being able to see certain aspects of snow and ice because you're an Eskimo and that's your life and you're used to doing that. Well, doing certain practices and focusing on those can give you those kind of skills, right? So like in the Forever Man formula, for instance, we talked about rocking earlier. That's to keep the energy from just concentrating in your cock. Working on things like ramps where you're learning how to finally control the PC muscles so that you start getting that into your nervous system, right? So now you're aware of it, right? So bringing awareness in general is important. So I'm going to bring it back to this analogy in a second, but my point is that if you have certain activities that work on that, you can get there quicker. Right. So if you're like a Rock Hard for Life Accelerator member, then I would definitely go into the Forever Man formula and start working through that. Now, bringing it back to this analogy with the ladder and making it simple, I would bring a couple of things with that too. Is that if you're playing around with your ladder, say you're going 10 minutes, there's nothing wrong with, instead of going the first 2/3 of the ladder, maybe just start with the first third of the ladder. And then once you're comfortable with that, go up a little bit more than to where you are going up to the full 2/3 of the ladder, if it doesn't bring you over the point of no return. So you can start slower than that. You know what I mean? If you're still getting too close, back off even a little bit more and explore those little lower territories more. Get more to the pleasure you're feeling throughout your entire body. And then, what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, the fact that you've done this for so long, right? And the fact that, like Nathaniel was saying, you ejaculate, enjoy it. Don't beat yourself up. That shows you can procreate. But ever since we were kids, we learned how to ejaculate quickly. We didn't want to get caught, and then you've probably done a bunch of porn like I have, and you've trained your nervous system so that over time it creates like a groove, and it can be difficult, particularly if you get close to that groove, you just fall into the groove. So you got to be kind of patient with yourself too. And like Nathaniel was saying earlier, gentle with yourself and loving with yourself and realizing that this is a process, this is a journey. And as you're going through it, just kind of keep those things in mind. You're learning something new. And not only just are you learning something new, you're learning something most men never learn, don't even know is possible, and never learn in their entire lifetime. So, keep that in perspective too. You're on the right track. 10 minutes can easily become 11 minutes, 12 minutes, 13 minutes, just just keep in that sort of zone and working with it, and it will come over time.
That's so nice to hear you add some insights there, Zena. That was so rewarding for me. And I just had a little mental image show up for me, so I'll just mention it in case it's useful to the gentleman.
Yeah.
He's not doing 2/3, 1/3. His ladder is 85-15.
85-15. Explain that.
In other words, like 85%, 15%. So what I'm saying is, Mr. So-and-so, this gentleman is actually not dividing his ladder into thirds.
Uh-huh.
IMO. So yeah, what's apparent to me is that you've actually divided your ladder into two pieces. The lower portion is 85%, the top is 15%. So you say you're staying in the lower 2/3. No, you're staying in the lower 85%, mostly between 70 and 85. And you say you're not in the lower 2/3.
I see what you're saying.
What's happening is you're crossing a line, not acknowledging that you've crossed the line until it's too late that you have to admit it because you're squirting. Right. So what you want to do is actually find where is that 66% cap and stay inside of it. Now, these are just meditations. We're talking about using your body a certain way. But really, because I've been there, right? And in that pleasure domain, below that top third, what you will find is that the richness is magnificent, truly. And you don't have to have any anxiety about that. The only thing that I could perceive that might cause any anxiety is if you're chasing an orgasm, or if you've been accustomed, even in the past, to chasing orgasms, which means you trained your physiology to chase them, right? So a lot of us have trained our bodies to chase an orgasm, to chase specifically an ejaculatory orgasm. So if your nervous system is trained to actually chase that, and you're trying to train something else. So the old training, like that horse is just, he's running according to the old way of being trained. You're now going to train him in a very, very different, more somatically aware way. But just be cognizant what you trained yourself to do in the past. Your nervous system, your neuromuscular system, is actually aware of that. Like it can do what you showed it to do in the past. If you wanted to do something else, take the time and really feel, as you pay attention, really feel into your body, and you can learn all kinds of new things. I mean, my goodness, the new things we can learn and don't think we can, it's astonishing. It's really astonishing.
It's so true.
Have fun, buddy.
Yeah. I love it. Well, we've been going 4 hours. It's hard to believe, but we have. So I'm gonna like close it up now. But the first of all, I'm gonna give a couple of things out here. First of all, how to get a hold here of Nathaniel. So one of the things you can do is go to his blog, okay, and you just sign up to his blog, and you can read his material there. He also offers coaching. You can go and purchase that directly on this link, okay, and as well as he's going to be inside of ZanderHolt.com. So if you're not currently in the Forever Man formula, you can find out more about it at ZanderHolt.com. You just sign up for the accelerator, you get access to it. But the thing is Nathaniel and I are we're developing some stuff that we want to do together. So we're going to be working more closely together, and you're going to be seeing him inside of ZanderHolt.com much more. I do want to say I am launching a brand new social media part of ZanderHolt.com, and it should be installed this weekend. Once that's installed, then I'm going to have Nathaniel inside so he can be answering questions with me. So if you have certain questions, and I'm also going to put in a free group. So if you're not an Accelerate member, you can at least go in there and ask us some questions. Okay, so if you don't see that by the end of this weekend, just email me at help@zanderholt.com, and I'll make sure I notify you as soon as it's up. Because it's great. I've played around with it, but I'm not super techie. So there's always a possibility that something technical happens where I can't get it quite done by the end of the weekend. All right. But it's going to be up there soon. But I just want to let you know about it, because once you're in there, then you can communicate with both me and Nathaniel much easier at that point. Okay. So that's another option. Oh, and this is just the email. If you need to email me, that's help@zanderholt.com. Okay. Anything else you want to add before we close up this call, Nathaniel?
Well, thanks for the discussion, Zander. It's been really, really interesting and very rewarding for me.
Yep, me too.
I am curious if there is anybody from the comments that launched a question at some point that you felt was, hey, we actually should address that before the call's off. Welcome, Derek. Take it easy, man.
Yeah. Not that I've seen. I do have some other questions, but I would not say they're burning questions. They're just sort of more to curiosity questions, and we can answer those, like I said, like inside the free group or even the inner circle or anything like that inside of Zander Holt. It makes more sense. We got to the ones that I thought were really pertinent to having you here, and I wanted to be respectful of your time. The other ones we'll address later, but we got to the good ones.
Let me add something then as a return to an earlier theme, but one which it's really worthy of our attention. It's worthy of repeating. So we spoke a while back now, but we spent some time on it. Mission, purpose, intention, goal. And my encouragement to the men listening would be, and women if they are, take some time, and I would say plenty of time, not necessarily entire day, but spend some time during the day, maybe every day, for a while every day, just reflecting. Questions like, who am I? That's a powerful one from an Indian teacher. And another one that's really good is what's important to me? What do I care about? What do I love the most? These kinds of questions which deal in the superlative, and it's by definition. So you're asking a question that it's intentionally, deliberately an ultimate question. What is most important? What's most valuable? What do I care about more than anything else? You can also ask questions like, what do I enjoy more than anything else? What makes me enjoy what I enjoy? What's the nature of that enjoyment? In other words, by introspection, as best you can, learn something about yourself and continue that process like you matter. Really like you matter and like you mean something. And like you're a mystery, but not the kind that can be solved. So what do I mean by that? So you're all where Sherlock Holmes or Law and Order, CSI, whodunit, crime novel. So these are mysteries, and then they solve them, right? Mystery, mystery solved. The end. I'm not talking about that kind of mystery. I'm talking about you exploring yourself. It's not like a mystery to solve. It is a mystery that invites you to enter in. I'm talking about you. You relating to you here. So this is some deep stuff. But the kind of sexuality we've been bringing forward, it's just going to do this. Like, for example, Zander told me he did a really long streak, 100 days. You start doing things like that. You start going 100 days, 150, do another 90, another 100. What's going to happen? This is just to let you know, it's just going to happen. You're going to have a series of psychedelic experiences, some of which might be literally like what people call psychedelic experiences, like what they use substances to get, maybe or maybe not. Yes, maybe, maybe not. But psychedelic in the sense that a radical alteration in perception. Psyche, like psyche, like soul. The Greek word for soul is psyche. Psychedelic, as in vivid, writ large, decorative, expressive experience. So, in other words, there's an experience of your soul if you really go after this stuff. You start retaining, especially if you're making love and retaining long term and making love and retaining long term. You're going to start to have psychedelic experiences. And it depends upon what's important to you and what you're actually doing. Because the room between what's really important to you and what you're actually doing, you're going to have experiences with relationship to that. So, what's most important to you and what you're really doing. There is a gap between those two things. What's most important, what you're actually doing. Then you start retaining and you go long term. You are going to get messages from inside yourself and outside of yourself that you got to close the gap. What you're really up to, what's most important to you. Now, if you don't know what's most important to you, it's going to be really hard to close the gap between what you're doing and what's most important to you. So you got to spend the time in contemplation to discover. This is you ask the questions and you answer the questions. There is not an outside authority. The authority is you. You ask, you answer. But you know when you convince you, you know, that was bullshit. I'm not going to do that. But what am I actually going to do? Just notice. In that space of inquiry and reflection, you're going to find out, A, what is important, and B, what you're really up to, and C, the room there. So closing that gap between what's most important to you, what you're really doing with your life, that's going to be necessary if you're going to retain your semen for a long time and it's going to feel good to you, by which I mean it makes you happy. Because when you put a huge amount of energy, and semen retention is an enormous amount of energy. It's beyond nuclear weapons. It's seriously, it's way more powerful than that. It is. A single person you can create from one ejaculation. Can you believe it? You can actually create multiple people from single ejaculation. I mean, the amount of power in that energy you're retaining is cosmic. It's universal. It's life creating. So when you retain that in yourself, it actually asks something of you. You asking it of you, strangely enough, but it's real. It's going to ask you to be true to yourself. But what that means is it means true to your values. But you got to know what those are. And I can't tell you what your values are. You have to find out. And you can also readjust them if you wish. But you really have to make this discovery, because I want to tell you something. If you start doing things like long-term semen retention and you don't have these kinds of philosophical conversations, there are brick walls out there you can run into. And I'm not talking without experience in the matter. I'm just saying, when we do a really heavy squat, you probably want a spotter. It's just one of those things, because that's like sane, basically. So what we're doing now, the conversations we're having, which involve the possibility of long-term semen retention. Okay, we're talking about squat and heavy now. So your spotter, that's actually your self-awareness that has to be very, very, very honest. I was at a Gold's Gym once in San Francisco. I didn't have a spotter and I put too much weight on the bar. Thank God, this super buff dude just ran over and just grabbed the thing because, my chest is fully intact. Thank God. Didn't have to crush my ribs. But that lack of self-awareness, which would have had my ribs crushed, there in the gym, with respect to semen retention and what it kind of asks of you the longer you go, the correction, it becomes important if you want your life to be good. So what you didn't get told in the front of the skull, you're getting told in the back end, which is that if you do this, we're making philosophers out of you because you are one already. You're going to find out. And we want that to be good news. It's good news when you're related to what's most important to you and taking the time to find that out and to try to live according to it. That's the real work of philosophy. So just to leave you with that we're now in a space where we're having conversations across the millennia, Lao Tzu's kind of saying, hey, look, the semen retention thing, I was all on about that. And if you want to explore, it's open. It's open. You're going to have the best sex of your life for sure. That is definitely guaranteed. Also, God's going to ask you to become a man that the universe can actually do something with. And Lao Tzu also said, I love this quote, one of my favorites, stop trying to figure out what you want out of life. Try to figure out what life's trying to do through you, because it is trying to do something through you personally. And then you sort of discover, there's a nature of me that's specific to me, but it's also related to others because it's of service. There's something that life is actually wishing, intending to do through me. What's that? Having this conversation today, which Zander invited me to, this is something life is doing through me. So I try to say yes to. People ask me questions, try to say yes. I can be of service. And you're going to have to find what that is. And that takes some examination. So good courage, good strength. And I hope to catch you on the flip side, gentlemen. Thanks for your attention.
That was great, Nathaniel. Great way to end the call. So honored. It's such an honor and privilege to have you on the call. Thank you so much for doing this. I know it was super beneficial to me, and I know the guys listening to were getting a lot out of this. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you spending this much time. And yeah, it's great.
A joy and an honor. Take care, Derek.
You bet. Yes. And thanks for everyone who joined live. I appreciate it. And once again, if you have any questions about this, just go to the free group as soon as it's in, ask those questions. Or if you're already in the accelerator, just go to the inner circle and ask those questions. And I'm going to have Nathaniel in here, and we'll help you through whatever you need.
Be delighted to provide support. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Once again, have a good evening, everyone. And it was great having you here, and we'll see you next time.